All right, and we are. Good morning. Are you ALISHA GREGG? And oh, that just went wrong. Is your offender number 262422?
Yes.
And your sentencing guideline date, sorry, I can't tell if I need my glasses right now, is 9/21/2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you are here for an original hearing today. Let me get some information from you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive your blue packet?
Yes.
And were there any changes or corrections in that? And do you agree to be placed under oath and tell the truth? Okay, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you agree to tell the truth? Great. In your blue packet, it has a summary. It's called an offense violation summary. Did you review that? And is that accurate? And I note that we had hoped that you would be able to complete cognitive behavioral therapy and then residential treatment. Talk to me about that. Have you been able to do either of those things?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So I've actually completed the Elevate program.
Great.
It includes classes such as relapse prevention, CBI, which is cognitive behavioral intervention, anger management, DBT, which is dialectical behavioral therapy, healthy steps to freedom, MRT, which is moral recognition therapy.
Great.
Certificates for you too.
Great. Let's talk about that. How long was the Elevate program?
It's a 6-month program.
And did you do it here at the prison or were you housed elsewhere?
I'm here at the prison.
Great. Tell me, sort of in your own words, what was the biggest thing you think you learned from doing that program?
I learned a lot of skills and coping mechanisms. Coping by doing, which includes like deep breathing, talking to a support person, which my parents are my biggest support person.
Great.
Taking a walk, reading a book, listening to music, going to meetings, restructure my thoughts, which kind of includes like telling myself everyone has challenges. I'm not alone. It's not worth it to get in trouble. And I'm better than this. Positive self-talk, like telling myself I can do this. Take it one step at a time. I've already come so far. My family needs me, and I'm proud of myself. Social skills, such as dealing with urges, communicating assertively versus aggressively, managing anxiety and stress, dealing with rejection and failure. So just skills like that.
Great. That's a great answer. Tell me a little bit more about you. How old are you?
I'm 28. I'll be 29 next month.
Okay. And when did you start using drugs?
I'm at the age of 14.
And tell me what happened at that time that got you started.
I started using marijuana and alcohol and just kind of it progressed. My drug of choice was meth. And I just surrounded myself with the wrong influences, just kind of got in the wrong crowd, and which led to, I got wrapped up in the lifestyle of crime, and it just progressed from there.
Where did you grow up?
So I'm from Wyoming, but I grew up in Mesa, Arizona. That's where I'm from.
And when did you come to Utah?
So I actually was just passing through.
Oh,
Yeah, yes. So I was just passing through in a stolen vehicle, and that's how I came here.
Oh.
So I actually I have charges in Arizona, pending charges and detainers. So when I'm released from here, I will actually be going to prison in Arizona.
Oh, shoot. For how long?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. I'm
Okay.
not sentenced quite yet.
Hopefully with the treatment you've done here,
Yeah.
that might help. What type of charges do you have there?
Misconduct by prohibited person, misconduct by prohibited person on a drug case, narcotics possession, dangerous drug possession, possession of paraphernalia.
Okay, so
It's
just
just
kind
a
of the
lot
same,
of, yeah.
all drug related stuff. Okay.
I will be going to prison there, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you know if they do like Utah where they have indeterminate, or do you get like a time certain where they'll say, you have to do 20 months? Do you know how that looks for you?
No, we're just hoping that the time that I've done here will count out there so that, I can get a little time off my sentence, but other
Okay.
than that, we're not sure quite yet.
Okay, okay. Um, so basically starting at 14, you just used up until you got put in prison this time?
Yeah, I was in and out of jail, in and out of juvie, and it just progressed.
Okay. And you said that you have really good support from your parents.
Yes.
Do they live in Arizona?
Yes.
And I guess we don't know when you might get out, but what is your release plan when you finally get released from all custody?
So when I finally am released, I would like to go, our plan is to when I get released, I'll go into an intensive inpatient program.
Okay.
And just to kind of transition from prison. So I'll go into an intensive inpatient and then I'll go, home with my parents where it's alcohol and, substance free.
Okay.
And
What about, do you have any work skills?
yes, I would like to get back into the automotive industry.
Okay.
And eventually go back to school. So while I've been in here, I've also graduated the business class with Salt Lake Community College. So I would like to get back into college at some point and get my associate's degree
Okay.
in business and open up my own automotive shop.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
What a great idea. So you plan, of course, you never plan to be in Utah. You plan
No.
to stay in Arizona.
Yes.
Good. All right. I don't know if you know how it works, and I'll have to look at everything, but basically what I do is go back and write up a summary, and then I make a decision. Yours is a little unique for a couple of reasons. One, because you have the detainers in Arizona, and of course, if we ever quote unquote paroled you, you have to get an interstate compact
Right.
to go back to Arizona. And you've done a lot of really good things doing the Elevate program. You're super articulate, you've obviously learned a lot and, just have to put that to use when you're on the outside, obviously. So I might staff this. Basically what happens is, 3 of us have to agree with the decision. You did a 0 to 5?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a couple of different alternatives. One is basically get you out of here and on your way to Arizona, which I'm sure is your hope. Another thing would potentially even be terminating you here so you don't have to go through all the rigmarole of interstate compacts and stuff. I don't know quite how it works if we send you to the detainer in Arizona. If you're considered on parole here and how that works. So I might staff yours with others to see what's the best route
Okay.
to get you on your way. But you'll definitely, it looks like your guidelines, that September date, you'll definitely get credit for doing Elevate. And so that would be at least 3 months off.
Okay.
And given your situation, it might be more.
Okay.
Just because you're going on a detainer. Okay.
Thank you so
So
much.
what I do, I'll go write this up. Again, I might staff it ahead of time and just get, people's opinion on sending you right away versus terminating you. So you don't have to deal with Utah since you're not from here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any questions for me?
Nope, that pretty much covered it.
Okay, so yeah, next steps, I'll get this written up, a decision will be made. You'll actually get, basically in snail mail, you'll get what the decision is, but your parents or someone else can look it up online sooner. The decisions are posted online. They can use your name or your offender number to look it up.
Okay.
So, well, I wish you the best of luck. I hope this is a turning point for you. and
Yes, it has been.
That you can, finally live free and go do what you want to do with getting an associate's and opening an automotive.
Yes,
And we've seen it. We've seen people do it. So
yes.
I have hope that you can continue on and, put all of this behind you.
Thank you.
You're
Would
welcome.
you like my certificates?
You know what? I actually don't need them. I've noted it, and I'm sure it's in our system too.
Okay,
All right.
thank you so much.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Looking at this TV makes my hair a lot more gray.
The blonde
All right.
makes my hair, you can't see the gray.
All right, good morning. Are you Tanya Turner?
Tanya,
Tanya, thank you for correcting me. And your offender number is 169782.
yes.
And my name is Cara Tangaro, so I'll be conducting your hearing today. And we are here for a parole violation / original hearing. Is that your understanding?
Yep.
And your sentencing guideline date is October 30th, 2025, correct?
Yep.
All right, let me go through some legal stuff and then we'll get sort of to the meat of everything, okay?
Okay.
Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yeah,
And did you receive your blue packet?
I did.
Were there any changes or corrections in your blue packet?
There's just some things that weren't updated, but I mean, we can get to that later on.
Okay. And then do you agree to be placed under oath and to tell the truth?
Yep.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you agree to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's start with, if I'm looking at this correctly, you're here on your driving under the influence, and then are you also here on your theft by deceptions? Do you know what's holding you in prison right now?
My new DUI charge and then my parole violations.
Okay, that's what I have. And then in your blue packet, there's a very brief summary for you about your DUI. Was that accurate?
It is.
Okay, it's just like one sentence long, so it's very brief. The first thing we need to do is go through your parole violations. I know you've previously admitted all of them, but we need to go through them today as well.
Do you mind if I grab it and go over it so I can look at the page with you?
No,
Is that
do you
fine?
have it with you?
My blue packet?
Yeah, okay. On mine, I don't know if yours looks the same, but mine's on page 3.
Ours might be a little bit different.
Okay.
If you just want to read it, and you just need me to
Okay,
click.
yep, I'll read it. So number 1 is by having used meth on or about 10/8/2024 in violation of your parole agreement. Do you
Guilty.
admit or deny?
Admit.
Number 2. Oh, same thing, but on 10/28/24, so using meth again.
I admit it.
And then, I don't know why that date's out before, but 10/16, same thing using meth.
Yeah, I admit it.
On 10/16 by having failed to submit to substance abuse testing.
I admit it.
Number 5 is by having failed to take all medications as prescribed or failure to notify APNP of medication and or medical provider changes on 10/30.
I admit it. I did notify my treatment. I just failed to notify APNP, so I do admit it.
Okay. And then number 6 is by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense, driving under the influence on or about 10/30/2024.
I admit it.
Okay. So did you end up pleading guilty to the DUI?
I did.
Okay. And did you did as a class A misdemeanor though, not a third?
I did as a class A. It was a class B, but it was just a couple days. So it was a B, but I had missed the deadline by like 2 days, so they enhanced it to an A.
For having priors?
There was priors, yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
when I first got booked into Millard County, it was initially a B, but then
Okay.
they enhanced it to an A.
okay.
And I could tell you what exactly occurred that day if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Tell me what happened.
Okay, so before we get started, I just want to say that I'm the reason I'm back. Along the way, I made some choices. I used old behaviors that led me down the wrong path. With that being said, on October 30th, 2024, my parole officer, Amico Crane, called and asked me to meet her. When I got to her office, I got out of my car and had a hard time maintaining my balance. And at that time, she conducted a failed sobriety test and a drug test, and I failed both. And I was booked into Millard County Jail on a 72-hour hold.
Okay, so you had driven to your meeting with the parole officer and then she had concerns that you were high. Is that what happened?
So I had been working, so I worked at Guzzle, which was like Fillmore is a small town.
Yes.
And so my work was just like straight across the street from the courts, AP&P and everything's in one building. So my work was like straight across the street from
Okay.
AP&P. So I had driven, she had called me and she said, can you meet me at my office? And I said, yeah. So I had
Okay.
drove across the street and they had seen me on the camera get out of my car and I had stumbled over my feet.
Oh,
So
okay.
when I got out of my car, went inside, she asked they conducted a felt sobriety
Okay, and
test.
but that's how you got cited for the
And that's how I
DUI.
got DUI.
Okay, tell me, so obviously you had started using methamphetamine. What caused your relapse?
So can I go into that?
Yeah.
Okay, I had recently did 3 years here. And when I got out, I thought I was fine. It was going to be easy and it had been 3 years since I had used any drugs. When I had worked so hard to learn new skills, to be honest, I was overconfident. I got overconfident. I had, let my guard down. I didn't, to be honest, at that time, I didn't use any of my skills that I'd worked so hard to learn. I didn't realize how easy that it could happen to just go off track that easy. And to be honest, like I got extremely overconfident.
Okay.
After doing 3 years, I just fell on my face. I had a weak
Did
moment.
you, when you were here for the 3 years, did you do any of the programs like Elevate?
Yeah.
Okay,
I have
so
a
you
degree.
had completed Elevate.
Mhm.
Okay, so you have the knowledge and the skills, you just,
Had a weak moment.
okay. Let me ask you this, when you got out on parole, how long did you stay clean before you used?
It was like a good 60 days. I had only been out of prison 90 days
Okay,
before I came back.
so you made it about 60 days without use and then started using meth again?
I had only used meth 3 times when I was out.
Okay. Did you use other things?
My prescriptions, that's what I was on.
Okay, what was the violation for not notifying AP&P of new meds or whatever? What was that?
The Xanax and Adderall that my doctor prescribed me.
Was that, did you go see that doctor in person?
Mhm.
Did that doctor know that you're an addict?
Mhm.
Okay. So getting Xanax and Adderall as an addict probably is not a great idea. You understand that, right?
Yeah, it's a doctor that I'd seen for years. And so we have an open relationship. And so like he knows my history. And so I figured like follow my doctor's advice,
Okay.
And
What
so,
about, do you have ADHD?
mhm.
What have you been on before with that?
I've always just taken Adderall.
Okay.
He put me on a lower dose than than any other dose he's put me on before.
Okay. Have you been medicated at all while you're in prison?
Mhm.
Yes. What are you on here?
Lithium.
Lithium?
Mhm.
For what?
Right now I'm on it for a mood stabilizer.
Okay. Have you been diagnosed with something?
Well, ADHD in here. And so that's what that's what they put me on in here for. So that's what I'm
I
getting.
haven't heard that for ADHD, but that doesn't mean anything.
I don't know, there's a new mental health doctor in here, and so that's what they're recommending, so that's what I've been
Okay.
taking in here.
Yeah, I don't think they allow Adderall here, right?
I don't want to take it anymore.
Okay, good. How do you feel on the lithium?
Makes me feel like it seems to be working,
Oh, good.
so I'm going to continue taking it when I get out.
Okay. Let's talk about your release plans. Where will you live?
When I leave here.
Uh-huh.
So upon me being released, I feel the best option for me is to follow through with my interstate compact. Surround myself to a new environment and to reside with my fiance. It's a stable environment. We have transportation. I have treatment lined up, a job lined up.
Okay, let me slow you down. Where does your fiance live?
We live in Kansas.
Kansas, okay.
Mhm. I have treatment lined up out there.
What
Um,
type of treatment?
It's at the Smoky Hill Foundation. It's just outpatient treatment.
Okay.
I have a job lined up.
What would your job be?
It's at the Ransom Hospital, just with elderly people.
Great.
And I feel that this will make me very successful.
Let me ask you something. So are you from Kansas?
No, when I was out on parole, my parole officer gave me it's a traveler's permit. So I was out there and got to spend a little bit of time out there. And so we purchased a home. It's not very expensive out there, so I was able to spend some time out there to see how I'll like it, and I enjoyed it. And then when I was out there, I was able to find employment and set up treatment. And just when I came back up north to go to work, because the interstate compact takes a little bit to go through, that's when she brought me back to prison. So I was in the transition period, and then she brought me back. So
Okay,
things kind of fell through for a minute.
okay. So you understand sort of the process of working on the interstate compact. Had you started that process then?
Yeah, and then when I came back to prison, I restarted it again.
Okay,
And so I've already paid the fee and filled the application out, and now we're kind of just at a standstill.
okay.
So
What about your fiance? Does he use
No.
drugs?
nope,
Criminal history?
nope.
Okay. How'd you meet him?
We were friends back when we were little
Oh, okay. Where'd you grow up?
in American Fork.
And when did you start using drugs?
At a young age.
Do you know at what age?
I started using drugs about 18. I
Okay.
lost my parents when I was, well, I don't like to think about this, but I lost my parents when I was my parents both died over heroin overdose.
Oh,
And so I started doing drugs to numb out. And then, yeah.
how old were you when you lost them?
So my daughter is 17, and my mom died when she was born, so about 17 years ago.
Okay.
And so
How many children do you have?
I have 3, and I have 3 grandkids.
And have you been in their lives
Yes.
the entire time?
hmm
Okay. So if I'm sure learned this through all your classes and stuff, you obviously have addiction that runs through your family if both parents
Yes.
died of heroin. Okay.
Mhm.
Has
And-
meth always been your drug of choice?
Yes. And I'm super grateful that none of my kids struggle with addiction.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And so, like we learned in our class, like if they say if your parents have struggled with addiction, usually your kids do, but like none of my kids have struggled with addiction or do drugs. I have, like I said, I have 3 grandkids, and I'm just super grateful to say that none of my kids struggle with addiction.
Great. Do they all live in Utah or where are they?
So one of my daughters lives in Pleasant Grove, and then my other 2 daughters live in Fillmore.
Okay.
And then so one of my daughters is married, and then one is getting ready to graduate in May, and then the other one is in Pleasant Grove. So only one of them is married.
Okay. So does the 17-year-old will graduate from high school in May?
The 3rd week in May.
Okay.
Mhm. Super proud of her. I graduated high school here, and so that was a big accomplishment. But just to see that all of my kids have graduated high school is like a big accomplishment.
Oh, you did it in prison.
Yeah, and
Good.
I've also graduated Davis Tech here. I've
Okay.
done a lot of my accomplishments I did here in prison.
Okay,
I kind of wanted to share with you what I've done since I've been back.
sure.
Okay, so since I've been back, I've taken the time to look at myself and the choices that I've made. I've tuned into where I've been, where I went wrong, and I've also taken the time to better myself. I'm currently enrolled in web and graphic design. I'm participating in aftercare. I'm in the aftercare program right now in
How
Elevate.
long does that last?
So there's not a timeline on it.
Okay,
And so in the aftercare program in Elevate, I'm a mentor in the program,
great.
and I work with women who are struggling, which has helped me strengthen my sobriety and my skills. I've also completed the transition program. I'm motivated to change. What's really helped me is Dana, she's like the director over the program. I've been working one-on-one with her therapy, which has just been nice. I've completed the residential program already,
Okay,
and there's my certificate for that. So right now I'm just, and when I came back to prison, she pulled me over for aftercare so I could be a mentor.
great.
So
Good.
So
So
that's
it
what I'm
sounds
doing
like
now.
you're making good use of your time.
so that's what I'm doing now.
Okay. So just because you've been through this before, basically what I do at this point is go back and write a summary and I make a recommendation. And how long have you actually been back to prison? Since November?
Well, I got incarcerated on October 30th.
Okay. I wish we could get you out by graduation, but you're looking at October, so
When's graduation?
for your daughters.
I was hoping that I was going to ask if there was some way because like I don't know if I shouldn't be saying this or not, but I've accomplished a lot since I've been here, and I was hoping that we could tie some things into, and hopefully maybe you could go back and maybe propose if I could be home and before
Yeah.
graduation.
I wish it wasn't October, so as your guideline date. So basically, I go back and write up a summary, and then I make a recommendation. Two other people have to agree with that recommendation. And then that becomes our decision. So you'll get notice in the mail. How long have you been in the aftercare program?
Since the end of December.
Okay, so 3 months, 2.5 months, if I do the math
Well, it's
correctly.
March, so December, January, February, March. Yeah,
Beginning of March though, right?
the middle.
Middle of March, yeah, okay. So
We can push it a little bit.
2.5 months of doing the aftercare. We have like 1 minute left. What can you do differently this time when you get out if you are thinking of using?
Reaching out for support regardless of the situation.
Okay. And some people, and I know like even when you came in here, you said you were nervous. Some people are nervous to reach out to their parole officers, but that's actually, especially if you do it before there's a problem, they can be a good resource for you.
Hmm.
So if it's, hey, I'm starting to struggle, I need something more. So kind of use your skill sets that you've learned and elevate.
Yeah.
And like you said, reaching out, but even to your parole officer, who can help you, with better resources and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, well, that will conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Good job. And we're recording. Good morning. Are you Angela Bradshaw?
I am.
And I'm losing my eyesight at age 50. Your offender number is 162212,
Yes, it is.
and your guideline date is May 1st, 2025.
It is.
So it's coming up. All right. My name is Cara Tangaro. I'm going to be doing your hearing today. Let me go through some legal things first. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
I did.
And did you receive your blue packet?
I did.
Were there any changes or corrections in your blue packet?
Well, the only thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention is I returned to the prison in 2018 on a violation. That violation ended up being dismissed and I got immediately terminated from my parole because I'd been on for 3 years successfully. I don't know if they terminated me unsuccessful or successful, but they terminated me my parole. And they did drop the allegation. So anything that's newly in here it should be thrown out because I shouldn't have never been brought back to prison.
Okay, let's look.
I don't know where any of that's at because it's kind of jumbled, but.
Okay, we'll look through that and I'll see if there's any issues that we.
It doesn't say that I was terminated from parole. It doesn't say that the allegation was dropped. That information is missing.
Okay, I'll look at that for you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
And then, would you agree to be placed under oath today?
Yes, I would.
Okay, will you raise your right hand? Do you
Sure.
agree to tell the truth and be accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
All right, so this is the date and time for your original hearing, and you're serving a sentence for criminal mischief and possession of a controlled substance. In your blue packet, there is what's called an offense violation summary. Did you review that?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember if it was accurate?
I believe it was. I believe that I don't know what it was, but everything like the time I had served was correct. Everything seemed to be.
So on this offense violation, it has that, on March 9th, 2023, you are getting coffee at Chevron, you flung the coffee at the clerk. Oh, this is why the criminal mischief, you caused a lot of damage.
Yeah, I didn't throw my coffee at her. I actually just dumped it on the counter because I didn't have the money to pay for it.
Okay, but
And-
it caused $10,000 in
It
damage.
did. And what's so sad about the whole thing is those people, ever since 2002-03, have not been able to recover one dime from me because I've been incarcerated or in treatment or in, and I
Yeah.
really feel like it's time for me to step up and start paying them back. Like, I really feel like,
And then they did a house check and found marijuana, but then you tested positive for methamphetamine.
that's correct. Yeah.
And so that's why you're back in prison on those.
Yes, what happened is I served, I think it was either 6 or 7 months in jail. And then I went to treatment for 6 months. I graduated successfully from treatment,
Which
Uh,
treatment?
from Odyssey House.
You did, you got through Odyssey.
I graduated in just barely, like just February of 24, I graduated. And then I thought I could do it. I left, I was anxious to leave because I just wanted to get home to my boyfriend. But then I owned 2 houses in Milford, Utah, and I didn't reach out for help, and I ended up relapsing, and that's what's led me here. So for the last 8 months, I've got to sit here and think about why I relapsed and what I could have done to prevent it.
And looking at your packet, are you diagnosed with bipolar? Yeah, okay. What, do you take medication for that?
I do. I've never been diagnosed for it before. So like that incident at the gas station, I probably wouldn't have happened if I was properly diagnosed.
Okay,
I didn't know I had bipolar, but since I've been here at the prison, since I've been diagnosed, I've had
issues with that?
none.
Are you on medication for
I
it?
am on medication for it.
Do you know what medication you're taking?
Yeah, I take Risperdal, I take
Okay.
Boost Bar, I take and Seroquel.
Great. So you just got diagnosed this last time you came? to
This last
prison?
time I've been
Oh,
here.
great. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you feel like the medications help?
I feel like they do help, but I also feel like the Utah State Prison has saved my life because I was suicidal before, because I just gave up on life. I just thought I can't do it. I'm never gonna get it. Like I graduated treatment, and I'm still sad. I'm still not getting it. That's why I relapsed, is because I was suicidal. I didn't relapse because I was trying to get away with something. I relapsed because I just gave up on life. My son was taken by his dad 4 years ago, and he took him to Texas. He just kidnapped him, is what happened. And the state of Utah wouldn't help me. Well, he took him and he put him with his father. And his father, I believe, raped him his entire life. So the day, like at the gas station, when I dumped my coffee out, I received information that he took gasoline and he dumped it all over himself and all over the house down in Texas. I've never been to Texas in my life. I had no contact with him when this happened. He took gasoline and dumped it all over himself, all over the house while my kid was in it, waited until his dad got home and lit himself on fire in front of his dad and burnt the house down. And that was the evidence I needed to prove sexual abuse,
So
because
was that the father of your child lit himself on fire? Wow.
yes, and the day the coffee incident happened, I had an appointment with a child advocate in Cedar City, which was another town away from where I live. And I was just at a breaking point. I broke. I had to go do this report on sexual abuse of my son. And like, there was no drugs involved when I did that. I lost control of my emotions.
Okay.
That's what happened. I didn't,
Where's your son now?
he's in Texas still.
He is. How old is he?
He's 6.
Oh, he's little. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Odyssey is a tough program.
You know what my plan is though?
Yeah, I want to know.
Okay, I was gonna read all this paper, but it's better that.
Better to just have a conversation.
It is better. My plan is, I own 2 houses. I could ask to go home. But I failed when I went home. I didn't have support. I didn't have a job set up. I didn't have outpatient set up. It was really hard for me.
So you want to go to a CCC?
I want to go to Orange Street. I want to
Okay.
go to Orange Street and
Okay.
I want to go back to Odyssey House for their outpatient. Because I ran into Aurora, there's a lady that does the evaluations here at the prison, and she was my therapist. And she received my evaluation paperwork for here. And it was like a God thing, like that showed me that I should just go back to where I was, because I flew through Odyssey House. I did great. I had no hiccups, no problems. I got through it really easily. I graduated, and I couldn't believe I graduated that program because not a lot of people make it through that program.
So I'm in the real world. I'm a defense attorney.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, so I know Odyssey well. That's why I was saying that's a tough program.
It is a tough
And
program.
a lot of people don't make it through. So good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so my plan is I want to go back to Orange Street. I want to go to Orange Street because they make you work.
Yeah, and get you kind of a safety net.
And
Get you a
before I go
safety net,
home,
reintegrate.
and this is my other plan for going home, like when I don't want to stay in Salt Lake, because I think that that's a setup too for relapse. But I want to move to Gunnison with my fiance. But
Okay,
before I go anywhere, I want to make sure that I'm not going to get overwhelmed in news. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that I can support myself. Like I want to make sure that so my big idea is, since I'm gonna be moving from the city to a small town, I want to go to NA and AA meetings online.
okay.
So that way I get to know who I'm this small community, you know what I mean, of people. That way I have support before I even leave Salt Lake, I have a safety net of support.
I bet that, oh, you mean to go, basically, the meetings would be in Gunnison, but you would be online. 'cause you
I'd be
wouldn't
online
there
every-
yet.
yes.
Let's start. Great. And that's always a great community. I mean.
That's what happened is I
having that
graduated
community.
and I didn't have support. And I was too proud to reach, because I didn't know anybody in the community. I didn't know who to call. I didn't know who was the best to go through. I didn't know what services were the best. So I just kind of stuck to what I was supposed to do, which was MRT, and I did get in that, and I was attending my classes, but I didn't go to outpatient. I just was trying to white knuckle it. I didn't go to meetings. I did go to meetings, but not like I should have.
Okay. So you realize where you made mistakes last time, maybe a little overconfident.
Yeah, in the last 8 months, like, not only do I feel like the sentence was appropriate, it's kind of been overkill, you know, to be honest, it's served as a deterrent not to reoffend.
Well, that's good. We'll take that.
Like,
When did you first start using drugs?
I started using drugs when I believe I was 8 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Do you have parents that were addicts?
they were, but they got sober, and they were sober when they passed away.
Okay. What was your drug of choice?
Back then it was meth, but now I don't have a drug of choice because I know that it's just prolonging my misery. Like, I can sit and have a reason to use every day of the week, but the reality of it is nothing hurts worse than sitting in prison. Nothing hurts worse than that. Nothing can hurt me worse than being tore away from everything I love. Nothing hurts worse than that. And using drugs is gonna get me more pain and more pain and more pain. And so
Talk to me about your fiance. Is he sober?
he is sober. He is so sober. He's never used drugs in his life, and he's never been in trouble, but last year he did get a DUI, and he
For alcohol then? Okay.
and he's never been in trouble, but he was court ordered to do once a week treatment, and he just went in and said that he has a problem with alcohol and that he feels like he needs more treatment because I'm being so honest and I'm doing it. So I'm like, look, if you want me to stay out, like, we have to do what's suggested. And he went in and actually got into more treatment than necessary,
Okay.
so he doesn't relapse.
So you would live with him in Gunnison. What would you do for work?
I would probably push turkeys. He works on a turkey farm.
I don't
drives-
know what pushing turkeys means. What does that
Pushing
mean?
them to the truck to slaughter.
Okay,
That's probably what I would do. He doesn't want me to do it because it's a dirty job.
that sounds dirty.
It's a filthy job, but he drives truck. He has a CDL and stuff.
Okay,
But so he drives truck and he goes to the turkey burns and he picks up the turkeys and hauls them to slaughter. But what I would do is since I don't have a license, I could ride with him to work. I could get out and push him on the trailer, I'm sorry, and then I'm making the same amount he is.
okay. So
So-
working together doing that.
It's really, it's either that or the Family Dollar store, because this is a little tiny area. But I think the turkeys would be funner, like it'd be a stinky job, but
Okay, at least you have a plan.
at least we'd be working
Um,
together, you know.
Yeah.
A
How long have
regular-
you known your fiance?
3 years, and this guy has stuck through it with me with Odyssey House. He came and visited me at Odyssey House. He brought me packages, and then since I've been away from him more than I have with him,
Okay,
and he's been supportive. He's put money on my books. He's taken really good care of me, and after all it's said and done, like, he has been nothing but a positive influence. Like, we don't fight, we don't argue.
good,
He's the only guy I've ever been with that doesn't abuse me.
good, good. It sounds like could be a good
I think
situation.
it could be a good situation, honestly.
So you kind of went over this, but just last question. What would you do differently? if you got in that situation again where you were feeling no hope or suicidal or?
Well, I know now that I'm gonna get that situation every time if I don't reach out for help.
Okay,
I
and
know
who
now.
would you reach out to?
I would reach out to my family, and more so, I need to reach out to the sober community. I need to reach out. I don't have a lot of friends, but I don't think I need a lot of friends. I need new friends is what I need. So I need to reach out to people that I go to treatment with. I need to reach out to counselors. I need to reach out to even my agent, my probation agent, to see if they could send me in the right path. I need to spend more time at the library if I'm not working. I need to spend more time at places where I could find people, and I want to start um volunteering with elderly people.
Great. What about, are you gonna try to get a sponsor?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, it sounds like um, you understand what went wrong last time. It sounds like being diagnosed with bipolar now and being properly medicated is probably at least one piece of the puzzle, so that's good. You have the skill set. You learned all these things. You know how to do it, and now you just need to,
I need to pick up where I left off. I need to get in as soon as I leave the prison. I want to go to Orange Street. I give myself 2 days and I should have a full-time employment because I'm a welder by trade.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, and so there's temporary services all over
Yes.
Salt Lake. There's no reason why I shouldn't have a job within a day.
And I'll also give you credit, just, not a lot of people want to go to a community correction center
Nobody wants to
after
go there.
getting out. So the fact that you're choosing that or wanting
I know I
that
will fail. if I
is
don't.
because you want a safety net and you want to be successful. So I commend you for that. I think that's a great plan for you.
No.
So, all right, I'm going to give you the last word because it's your hearing. Anything else you think I need to know?
You said it all. Like I wrote this letter, but you said it, you kind of are on the same page as I am, as like, you see what I see is like, I am willing, I do own 2 houses and they are sitting there going to crap. But if I don't take care of me and go to all these resources, because it is hard doing it by yourself.
Sure.
And so if I don't have the help of Orange Street to offer me all the resources that I need, it is hectic when you're out there trying to do it on your own.
Right.
That's why I failed. So if I'm there, they'll make sure that I have everything I need set up.
Yeah, I think that's a great plan.
I think it's a great plan, and then I can become stable. And then when I leave, I'm stable
Right.
because I failed last time.
A
and
good,
I didn't-
a great transition option. So I
Yes.
think so too.
I think it makes more sense than just going home.
I do too. And again, I commend you for asking for that.
Thanks.
So I wish you the best of luck. I'll make this decision. I'll try to get the decision in fairly quickly since you have a May 1st guideline date, okay?
Well, I hope Orange Street has room for me.
I have no idea if they do, but I hope they do.
I'm
too.
sure they do.
Okay.
Okay,
All
I
right,
appreciate
that
it.
will
It's been nice
conclude
talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Good luck to you. You can
Thank
do
you.
it.
I know. I know. Prison I can't do though. I don't belong there.
No one belongs there.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Today is Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. This is the date set for a parole violation and original hearing for Maria Guadalupe Hernandez, offender number 235242. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
My name's Dan Bacavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been asked to conduct your hearing today. I need to swear you in. Could you go ahead and raise your right hand, please?
Sorry.
Yeah. Do you promise to tell the truth and be
Yes.
accurate today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. We have about 20 minutes for this hearing. This is a parole violation hearing, and I'll need to take testimony from you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet of information?
I did in January. I didn't get a new one because I was supposed to see you guys in January, but it got canceled because of
Right,
virus.
Right.
So that's the only one I got was back in January.
Okay, yeah, that's the information that I've been using as well.
Okay.
So did that look okay?
Yes.
All right. So let's just talk about really quickly where we're at. So you were placed in prison in 2017 for an aggravated burglary and a manslaughter. You were then paroled in 2023, so you spent about 6 years incarcerated. While you were out, let's see, so you got out in June and then you picked up new charges about 6 months later. You had a theft. You were convicted of a Class A. And then you also had distributing meth to other offenders in jail. You had about 8 ounces, I believe, of methamphetamine when you went into jail. And then your parole was, well, if it hasn't been revoked, I'm going to go ahead and take judicial notice that you had convictions. So the allegations in your parole violation include a theft is allegation 1, and you were convicted of a theft. Is that right?
Yes.
And then allegation 2 was that you were distributing a controlled substance in a drug-free zone. That's the prison. And you also were convicted of that, and we'll be talking about that today. So I don't need to take admissions. I'll just go ahead and take judicial notice that that happened and that you violated your parole. So I'm going to go ahead and revoke your parole. And let's go ahead and talk now about what happened? What was going on with your parole?
Well, I had been, like you said, I got, I came to prison when I was 19, did all that time. I had a hard time adjusting to society just because I just got sent home and I didn't have no structure. I just wasn't, it was hard for me to adjust,
Mhm.
really hard.
It sounded like you were about to say you didn't have any structure. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tell me what you needed. What sort of structure would have helped you?
I think I should have got elite sent into a rehab or some type of treatment to help me be in society again.
Yeah, because you were pretty young when
Yeah.
you got incarcerated. And that makes sense that you were having a difficult time adjusting. Okay. Did you go right back to drugs? What, tell me about that. What?
No, when I first got out, I was doing okay. I was living at home with my sister. I had a job, and then after a little bit, I started getting like, I want to say sort of depressed because it was too much for me at once.
Mhm.
And then I got,
What was too much for you?
I felt like I just didn't know how to be back in society after so long. It got overwhelming. And then I also, I got into a relationship. And that wasn't my goal, but I ended up getting into a relationship, and then that became too much
That
for me.
became what?
Too much for me too.
Okay.
Like I was planning on just focusing on myself, and I feel like I veered away from my actual plans of life.
Tell me what your plans are.
My plans are to, I want to be able to be in society, get a job. I want to finish school. I want to go into cosmetology, get a job. I just want to be able to live in society sober. And I'm not sure if you got I have an acceptance letter for 2 different rehabs. I don't know if you got my second one for Liberty Addictions, but I did my intake for that and I got approved.
Okay. And you think that'll help you be more successful, is to be in rehab?
Yes.
You completed Elevate earlier when you were incarcerated.
Yes.
How did that go? I mean, I know you fell back into drug use, but tell me, did you feel like that was helpful? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, I feel like it was helpful. It helped me. I think I did it too early in my sentence because I think I did it 2 years before I seen the board.
Yeah.
And I felt like maybe I learned and picked up the skills I needed, but then I sort of didn't know how to use them again because it was early on, like I said in my sentence, not close to when I got out.
Mhm. Tell me how you think you've been doing while you've been reincarcerated.
I've done okay and then I've done bad. I mean, I've gotten in trouble, but I've also put myself in school.
What are you doing with school?
Well, I was doing Davis Tech, but I kind of got in trouble and got kicked out.
I see violations from, there's one in July for refusing, resisting movement. It says you observe receiving items from an inmate and passing them to another inmate. And that's against housing rules. That was in July. And then in October, looks like the same thing. So is that what you are referring to? Is that what got you in trouble and got you kicked out of class?
Well, and then there was other ones. I don't know if they're in there. I'm sure you're gonna see them, but they're I got one for I got 2 A write-ups.
And what were those for?
Um, 'cause they were for both for substance abuse
Okay. When was that?
in December.
What was the substance?
Meth was my positive UA, and the other one was for paraphernalia found in the room.
What's causing you to continue to use?
Self-destruct. I'm upset with myself for bringing me back. Coming back. I know that's not the way, but
So, yeah, I mean, it is troubling that you have such serious charges, an aggravated burglary and manslaughter. You could be held, let's see, do you know your expiration date for those?
for my manslaughter is in 2032, and the other one is not the other one's a 5 to life.
So is that what you want, is to be incarcerated until? Well, your aggravated burglary, that was a first degree felony. The expiration date is 2117. Is that what you want in your life? Is to stay here,
No.
use methamphetamine? Because that's kind of where this is leading, right? When you get out, you got out after 6 years, and then you started using drugs again and stealing. Is that, I mean, if we let you out, that's what's gonna happen again? What's gonna be different?
Really, I'm gonna choose different. I really want to go into rehab because I feel like that will help me go down the right road. And then I want to go after rehab, I'm gonna go into a sober living, go to school and really focus on myself, not put a relationship before myself.
What support do you have if
have
you're
my-
paroled?
My family, my sister, my brother, my mom and dad.
Can you live with them?
With my sister, yeah, I can go back home.
And if you go back home to your sisters, what, like, are you gonna be around people that are negative influences? So your plan would be to go move back with your sister. Where does she live?
Sandy.
Okay. And then you talked about going into rehab and sober living. You said you wanted to get a job as like go into cosmetology and live sober.
Yes.
That all sounds good. You've got to start that here though.
You know,
If you're using here, you're going to be using outside and then you're going to come right back and do this whole thing again. And then maybe you'd have to stay for a long, long time. And that's not what you want, right?
no.
So I'm looking at your assessment. Let's see, what do you think are some risk areas for you? You've been assessed as an intensive risk. What would you say are some risk areas?
My risk areas are companions.
Yep,
I think that's my biggest struggle, like I've said before.
yep, that's right. So how are you gonna change and be different with regard to that?
Like I said, I've always put others before myself, and I feel like I need to put myself in order to succeed. So I feel like I've started to put myself first. I mean, I know there's still some areas where I have it, but I need to learn to love myself and put myself first, and I think that will help me with that area.
Yeah, and you're listed as very high for alcohol and drugs, very high risk. So you do need to work on that. And then also it says for pro-criminal attitude orientation is very high. What do you think that means?
It means I like to commit crimes, right? I don't know how to use my time wisely in a positive way. I do it in a negative way.
Yeah. So one of the recommendations is that you complete a CBT course while you're incarcerated or MRT. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What is that? You tell me what.
Uh, pro, cognitive behavior therapy
Yeah.
is one of them.
Yeah, and what do you think you're going to learn from that? What do you think that teaches?
It's gonna teach me I think it's gonna teach me how to do things not in a negative way, but in a positive way, reinforce my thinking, reinforce my ways of life and the way I do things.
So one of the things that I've heard from others is that it talks about this idea of playing the tape forward. What do you think that would mean, to play the tape forward?
Um, like tape, like as in like, like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so play the tape forward, that just kind of gets at the idea that you're starting to think about the consequences. You play things forward and think about, well, if that happens, then this is going to happen. And if that happens, then that would happen.
So kind of
What
like
does that mean to
a
you?
chain reaction,
Yeah, exactly.
a domino effect. Like if I do this, then I'm gonna go. So let's say I go back out and I start getting in trouble. I come back, then it's affecting myself mostly, but it's also affecting my family,
Yeah.
and then it affects my freedom.
So getting out and starting to hang around negative influences or people that are using drugs, what's a likely impact of that?
Going back to criminal ways,
Yeah,
coming back to prison.
Yeah, that you're gonna start using drugs, right?
Yes.
And if you start using drugs, what's gonna happen?
Using drugs, going back to my old ways.
You're gonna start distributing it, right? You're gonna start stealing things. And then if you do that, what's gonna happen?
Come back to prison.
Yeah. And then you could be here till 2117. So that's no way to live. Well, you have completed, like I said, you completed Elevate, you could do it. You know you can. And you know what you need to do, right?
Yes.
Anything else the board should consider?
I think I've told you.
What's that?
I think I've said everything.
Okay. Did you complete high school?
Yes. I completed high
Did you
school
get that before you came? You finished that?
here, when I was here the first.
Okay. See, you've shown that you could be successful. You completed high school. You completed Elevate. You have all the tools you need, right?
Yes.
You can be successful. Do you believe that?
I do. I
Good.
do believe that, and I think my biggest struggle is sometimes I don't believe in myself, but I know deep down that I can, and I just have to believe in myself in order to succeed.
Yeah, it's not easy to finish high school while incarcerated, but you did it. It's not easy to finish substance abuse treatment programs, but you did that as well. So you definitely have the ability. You just need to follow through, right?
Yes, I do.
You feel like you're going to be able to be successful when you get out?
Yes.
When's the last time you used drugs in here? You sounds like you got charges in December.
December.
Have you been clean since then?
Yes.
How has that experience been?
It's good. I mean, I'm happy. It's hard. I think when I'm using, I feel depressed. I don't want to do nothing. I don't believe in myself, but now that I'm sober, I believe in myself. I have a different outlook in life, and I know that I can succeed and be different.
Yeah, you have a lot of family support, and not everybody has that. You're lucky.
Thank you.
And you have the tools to be successful. You just need to keep working at it, all right? Okay, anything else?
Nope.
All right, well, it's nice to meet you, and I wish you good luck.
Thank
And
you.
we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, good luck. And we'll get started in a minute. What I would like you to be aware of is that don't speak too quickly and allow your interpreter to translate.
Sí, lo que quiero que sepa es que por favor no hable muy rápido y diga una oración y pause para yo poder interpretar.
Okay.
Today is Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. This is the date set for an original hearing for Isaac Garcia.
Hoy es el 11 de marzo del 2025 y es la fecha fijada para una audiencia original para Isaac García.
Offender number 248300.
Infractor 248300.
Is that you, sir?
Yes.
¿Ese es usted, señor? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Dan Bakavoy.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Dan Bacaboy.
I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been asked to conduct your hearing today.
Yo soy miembro de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad a Prueba y estoy asignado para celebrar su audiencia hoy.
We have 20 minutes for this hearing. We'll discuss your convictions, what led you to this behavior, and how you've been doing while incarcerated.
Si tenemos 20 minutos, vamos a hablar de su sentencia, lo que lo llevó a esto y cómo le ha ido mientras ha estado en prisión.
Okay.
Sound
Thank-
good?
Yeah.
¿Está bien?
I do need to take testimony from you today, so please raise your right hand.
Levante su mano derecha porque usted va a prestar testimonio hoy.
Do you promise to tell the truth?
Yes.
¿Usted jura decir la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you receive, you can lower your hand.
Baje la mano.
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
¿Recibió por lo menos 7 días de notificación por escrito de la audiencia de hoy?
Sí.
Did you receive your did you receive your disclosure packet?
¿Recibió el paquete de divulgación?
Sí.
Yes.
Did that look accurate or did you have any concerns?
¿Le preocupa algo en el paquete o estaba preciso?
No, está bien.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that date of February 17th of 2020.
Vamos a hablar entonces de la fecha del 17 de febrero del 2020.
Tell me what happened.
Dígame qué fue lo que sucedió.
Okay. Ese día, pues, anduve con mi familia, anduvimos contentos, se puede decir, como familia, con mi esposa, mi hijo, estuvimos tratando de divertirnos.
Yeah, that day I was spent it with my family. We were happy. I was with my wife and my son, and we were trying to have fun.
Anduvimos en tiendas, anduvimos paseando, tomándonos fotos con mi pequeño niño, mi pequeño hijo.
We were cruising and taking photos with my little son.
Sí, pues de ahí fuimos a comer, pues todo estaba bien, sino que ya en la tarde fuimos a visitar parientes.
Yeah, so then we went out to eat. Everything was fine. And then in the afternoon, we went to visit family.
Nunca tuvimos problemas, no tuvimos problemas, no hubo problema alguno, solamente fuimos a visitar parientes de mi esposa. De ahí fuimos a visitar a parientes de nosotros, parientes míos, que por cierto, ahí comenzamos a tomar.
There was no problems at all. We were just visiting family, my wife's family. Then from there, we went to visit my family, and then we started drinking.
Ahí pasamos al resto después de decir el resto de la tarde, ahí bebiendo, jugando, interactuando, o sea, con juegos, baraja, se puede decir juego de mesa con juego de baraja. Estuvimos tomando toda la tarde, estuvimos, lo que bebíamos, lo mixteábamos era tequila, con Red Bull, cerveza.
So we spent the rest of the afternoon drinking and playing. We were interacting, playing cards, playing games, and we were drinking all afternoon. We were drinking tequila. We mixed it with beer.
Todo era mixteado con, ¿cómo se puede decir? Con energizantes. Pues todo estuvo bien, también ahí estuvo bien, sino que hablando por teléfono me cuentan que tuve una pequeña discusión, no sé qué sucedió ahí con mi hermano, pero de ahí seguimos, se arregló todo y seguimos tranquilos, seguimos como si nada hubiera pasado.
So then we were mixing those things with booster drinks, and everything was fine. But then I was told in the phone that I had a small argument with my brother, but everything was squared away and we continued as if nothing had taken place.
Am, de ahí, pues estuvimos pues igual jugando, bebiendo, hasta ya pasado, ya no supe hasta qué horas, a qué hora decidió mi esposa que se quería ir porque pues, ya estaba yo demasiado ebrio. De hecho, nos ofrecieron ahí una salita, un cuarto donde quedarnos para no viajar en estado de ebriedad, para que estuviéramos a salvo, se puede decir.
So we continued playing and drinking, and then my wife wanted to leave because I was too drunk, and they even offered us a room to stay so that we wouldn't have to drive after drinking.
Nos ofrecieron el cuarto, pero ella lo rechazó. De ahí, pues yo me acuerdo haberme subido a la camioneta, haberme reclinado en el asiento. Por cierto, yo no chequeé la camioneta, ¿verdad? Mi camioneta estaba afuera, pero estaba abierta. Me acuerdo que mi niño iba en el asiento en medio, entre el medio de los asientos en su sillita, en su portabebé.
So my wife rejected to stay. So we got in my vehicle, and I was laying back on the seat. My vehicle was open, and my boy was in the child restraint seat in the middle.
Yo iba en el asiento pasajero del lado derecho, pero en el de atrás.
I was in the passenger seat on the right side, but in the back.
De ahí ella comenzó a conducir porque yo no estaba en condiciones de manejar.
She
Pues yo me
started
acuerdo,
driving because I wasn't in any shape to be driving.
yo me acuerdo haberme reclinado. Comenzó ella el viaje. De ahí recuerdo que de repente pues yo pensé que estaba jugando o algo, que me dijo que estaba sangrando.
I lay back on the seat, and then she started driving, and then I remember that suddenly, I don't know if she was joking or not, but she said she was bleeding.
Comenzó a decir que estaba sangrando y pues yo pensé que estaba, no sé, estaba yo entre ebrio, estaba demasiado ebrio, pues yo lo tomé en juego, sino que ella comenzó a insistir que está sangrando.
So she started saying that she was bleeding, and I was kind of drunk, so I didn't know how to take it. And she kept on saying that she was bleeding, that she was bleeding.
De ahí pues se puede decir, entré en pánico, traté de brincar, me brinqué para el asiento como pude, para el asiento del pasajero de adelante.
So then I got scared, and I made my way to the front passenger seat as I was able to.
No sé en qué momento, qué fue lo que pasó, yo no sé explicar cómo es que ella estaba sangrando, porque sangre en mis manos yo no tenía, yo no estaba manchado.
So I don't know how to explain it because I don't know how she was bleeding because I didn't have any blood in my hands and I didn't have any blood on me.
Let me ask you this. So you grabbed a knife. What kind of knife did you have?
Déjeme preguntarle, ¿usted agarró un cuchillo? ¿Qué tipo de cuchillo usted agarró?
Es que, es lo que no sé, qué navaja, qué arma fue lo que se utilizó ahí.
That's what I don't know. I don't know what knife or what kind of weapon was used there.
Porque
You have a knife that day?
¿Usted tenía una navaja ese día, un cuchillo?
en mi camioneta había todo tipo de herramientas, porque yo trabajo en construcción, ocupo todo tipo de herramientas, hay todo tipo de, había varios tipos de navajas, tanto de construcción, de cosas que utilizaba en mi trabajo.
In my vehicle, there is all kinds of tools because I work in construction. So there are different types of knives, things that I use in my work.
También había herramientas, había herramienta de otras personas, no sé qué herramientas había de otras personas porque yo manejaba varias personas en mi camioneta.
There were also tools that belong to others because I would drive other people in my truck.
In the pre-sentence investigation report, it said that you confessed you were angry and slit your wife's throat.
En el informe de presentencia dice que usted estaba iracundo y que le cortó por el cuello a su esposa.
Es que, eso, o sea, exactamente, yo no sé qué, estaba demasiado ebrio, yo no sé qué es lo que sucedió porque yo estaba ebrio y drogado, o sea, no, yo no sé qué fue lo que pasó exactamente, no sé exactamente qué fue lo que pasó, o sea, no,
I don't,
yo de lo ebrio, drogado que estaba, no sé, no sé qué fue lo que sucedió.
I don't know exactly what happened because I was drunk and I was on drugs and I don't know what happened. I don't really know what was that happened because I was drunk and high.
What drugs were you using?
¿Qué drogas estaba consumiendo usted?
Yo utilizaba cocaína, la cocaína, más que nada, el cristal.
More than anything, Coke, Crystal.
Cocaine and crystal methamphetamine?
Ya.
Cocaína y metanfetamina cristal.
Sí, yo
Yes.
no recuerdo haber tenido algún argumento o algo en la camioneta con ella. Yo no recuerdo que hayamos discutido en la camioneta desde que comenzamos a avanzar en la trayectoria hacia nuestra casa.
I don't remember having an argument with her in the truck. I don't remember arguing with her on the way home.
Tampoco tenía pues novia, no había, ¿cómo les digo? No había algún problema como para que actuara de esa manera, no sé qué sucedió.
And I didn't have a girlfriend. There was no reason um, uh, for those actions to take place. I don't know what happened.
What would you like to say to the victim? Do you have anything you'd like to say to the
Yeah.
victim if she was listening?
Ya,
Si
Pero-
la víctima estuviera escuchando, ¿qué le gustaría a usted decirle a la víctima?
quiero pedirle perdón porque por mi irresponsabilidad,
I would like to ask for forgiveness for being for being irresponsible.
irresponsabilidad y más que nada les fallé tanto como a ella, a mi esposa, a mi hijo, mi familia.
More than anything, I failed my son, my wife, and my family.
También a ustedes porque no nomás ponía en peligro mi vida y la de ellos, ponía en peligro también a la de todas las personas alrededor, toda la comunidad a mi alrededor, por mi inconsciencia.
And also to you, because I not only was putting in danger my life, but also the lives of everybody around me for my irresponsibility.
Sí, en ese tiempo no tenía, no tomaba conciencia de lo, no me importaba lo que hacía, tal vez por bajo los efectos de las drogas. De hecho, aquí vine a entender cuál era mi problema y he trabajado duro en eso también de limpiar mi cuerpo, mi manera de pensar.
Because at that time, I didn't have awareness. It didn't matter what I did, and because of the drugs that I was using. Here, I've had the time to understand what I was doing and to clean myself up and change my way of thinking.
Tell me about that. So you did Conquest. What have you learned?
Hábleme de eso. Usted tomó el programa Conquest. ¿Qué aprendió?
Pues más que nada, aprender a escuchar el consejo que te dan, a escuchar las personas porque cuando está uno bajo las influencias de las drogas, pues no pone uno atención a lo demás. Piensa uno que todo lo puede, que siempre va a estar uno, piensa uno que controla lo que consume, pero, o sea, más que nada a escuchar las personas y a aprender a reflexionar lo que está haciendo uno.
More than anything, to listen to other people and listen to advice and people, because when you are under drugs, you don't put attention and you don't pay attention to others. You think you're in control. And so more than anything, you learn to reflect and listen to people.
You picked up a new disciplinary for possessing a razor, and that was in fact charged. Tell me about what's happening with that.
Que usted le pusieron un reporte disciplinario por posesión de una navaja y le imputaron un cargo. Dígame que de qué fue eso.
Sí, sobre eso, yo lo utilizaba, nunca lo utilicé como para, se puede, amagar a alguien, como intimidar a alguien, herir a alguien, solamente lo utilizaba para cortes de pelo como los utilizábamos aquí en la prisión.
Yes, I used that. I never used it to threaten or intimidate anybody or hurt anyone. I just used it to cut the hair here in prison.
Eso yo lo encontré en medio de un libro que tomé de la biblioteca. Lo único malo que hice fue que no lo devolví, pero pueden chequear mi récord de que yo nunca he robado nada. Eso yo lo encontré en la Biblia y siguió en la Biblia, simplemente yo los usaba, pero yo los encontré ahí.
I found that in the middle of a book in the library. And what I did wrong was I didn't turn it in. But if you check my record, you can see that I have never stolen anything. I just found it in the Bible.
Yo nunca he tomado nada que no sea mío. Ahí estaban en la Biblia. Los utilizaba simplemente para cortes de pelo. Nunca, como dije, nunca intimidé. Nunca se llegó a usar para otro método que no fuera para cortes de pelo, así como aquí. Tal vez para que los utilizaba.
I have never used it to intimidate anyone. I just found it in the library. And I just use it to cut the hair, and that's all I used it for.
De hecho, el día que agarraron las navajas, en ese mismo día en la mañana, hice 2 cortes de pelo, eso se puede ver en la cámara. Cuando entro a
In
una celda,
fact,
hago un corte de pelo y hago el otro.
in fact, the day that the knife was found, you can see that in the camera that I used it to cut hair. I went into one cell and cut hair, and then into another to cut hair.
It says that your parents currently reside in Mexico.
Dice que sus padres en la actualidad viven en México.
Sí,
Yes.
Are you a citizen of this country? Do you have a detainer? Do you know?
¿Usted es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos o tiene una retención de inmigración?
no, soy ciudadano.
I'm a U.S. citizen.
What's your plan for release if you're given a parole?
Si lo dejan en libertad a prueba, ¿qué planes usted tiene si sale libre?
Pues yo más que nada, pues yo voy a empezar de nuevo, trabajar, lo que quiero ya es reunirme otra vez con mi familia, quiero ver mi familia, lo menos que ocupo es problemas, seguir agarrando problemas. Ahorita ya, por eso desde aquí he estado siempre alejado de problemas, de drogas, pues empezar de nuevo y pues de eso.
Well,
Tengo el
more than
apoyo.
anything, I like to start again and work and be with my family. I don't want to get in trouble. From here, I have stayed away from drugs, and from problems. So I just want to start again, all over again.
Tengo el apoyo del apoyo de mi familia. Para el día que salga, pues tengo familia aquí que también están dispuestos a apoyarme.
I have the support from my family. I have family here that are willing to support me when I get out.
Pues lo que quiero es estar bien ya sin problemas.
What I want to is to be fine without any problems.
Esto es es la primera vez que me arrestan en toda mi vida aquí. Aparte de esto, yo no tenía algún otro récord ni aquí ni en alguna otra parte.
This
Nunca
is the
había
first
tenido
time
problemas.
I get arrested in my life. Aside from this, I have no other records here or anywhere else. I've never had any problems.
El único detalle de que actué mal y por eso pido disculpas por mi mala conducta y por mi irresponsabilidad. Mi irresponsabilidad que tuve y que tenía.
I know I behaved bad, and that's why I apologize for my conduct, being irresponsible.
Ojalá y me estoy yendo a mi ex esposa y más que nada le pido perdón de corazón de que no
I hope
sabía no sé qué es lo que sucedió ese día. No tenía razón por qué haberla dañado y
if my ex-wife is listening, I just want her to know that I asked for forgiveness. I don't know what happened that day. There was no reason for me to hurt her.
Well, thank you. We need
Gracias.
we'll need to conclude today's hearing. I'll write up a vote, and I need to have the majority of 5 members, so 3 members need to make a decision.
Si vamos a concluir la audiencia de hoy, entonces yo voy a escribir un reporte y tenemos que tener la mayoría de los 5 miembros, o sea que 3 de los 5 miembros necesitan tomar una decisión.
We should have an answer in about 1 week or 2.
Tendremos una contestación como en 1 o 2 semanas.
But since you have a new pending charge for that possessing a razor, the board will probably want to allow that to see what happens with that case.
Pero como usted tiene un cargo pendiente de posesión de una navaja, probablemente la Junta querrá esperar a ver qué sucede con ese caso.
Do you have a court hearing set up?
¿Tiene alguna corte ya fijada?
Sí, el 28 de este mes.
Yeah, the 28th of this month.
Okay, so we'll follow that and see what happens there. And then,
Vamos a estar pendiente de eso, a ver qué sucede con ese cargo.
Quisiera saber, eso me afecta, me afecta mucho yo que estoy en mi tiempo.
Will that affect me a lot in my time?
Estoy peleando para que me den es felonía 3 concurrente con mi tiempo.
I'm fighting to see if it's a third-degree felony if they make it concurrent with my time.
yeah, so it's a 0 to 5. I don't know exactly how it would impact your guideline here.
Si es de 0 a 5, no sé exactamente cómo esto afectaría la fecha estimada suya.
Okay.
But we'll wait and see what happens with that, okay?
Pero vamos a esperar a ver qué sucede con eso.
También no sé si sería posible de que me movieran a un county donde pueda hacer más programas que me puedan ayudar. Estoy tratando de sacar mi diploma de mi escuela, pero ahí, como saben, hablo poquito inglés, pero no leo el inglés, no sé leer inglés. Y quiero sacar mi diploma de mi escuela y ahí no puedo porque todo en ese county es en inglés.
And I'd like to know if there is any possibility to change me to a different county, because I like to join other programs and I want to get my diploma, but I know little English and I don't read English. And in that county, everything is in English.
Ya tengo meses tratando de hacer mi escuela y no he podido porque me dicen en ese county que no me pueden dar paquetes o algo en español, que en otro county me dicen personas que en otro county sí lo pueden hacer.
Yes, I have been months trying to do the school in that county, but they tell me that they cannot give me any packets, but because they're in English, but they say that in other counties they can give me some packets.
Ya tengo como 15 meses en ese county y no han podido darme un paquete o algo en español, en la escuela para mí es algo útil tal vez para mi futuro también me puede servir.
Yeah, I've been 15 months in that county and they cannot give me a Spanish packet, and school is important to me for my future.
No sé si puedan tomar en cuenta que me puedan poner en otro county. A mí me importa si tengo más tiempo, comenzar mi escuela o sacar mi diploma y no sé, hay algún problema o algún algún programa o algo que yo pueda hacer que también me beneficie, tal vez también se puede decir, reuniones con personas o algo que haya como había en Conquest. En Conquest es algo que a mí me ayudó mucho.
I think I'd like to know if you can take that into consideration to put me in another county, because I like to do other programs that would benefit me. So like in Conquest program really was very good for me.
No sé si ellos tengan, puedan ver o algo que yo asistí a a varias reuniones ahí como Alcohólicos Anónimos y a varias clases ahí que a mí yo siento que me sirvieron personalmente. No hablo por lo general, hablo por mí personalmente. A mí me
I'd like
ayudaron.
to see if there is any other county that I can go to meetings, because if you see, I went to AA meetings and those were very helpful for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think you should be taking classes.
Si estoy de acuerdo, creo que usted debe de estar tomando clases.
You're under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections, and they decide where you need to be housed.
Usted está bajo la jurisdicción del Departamento de Correcciones y ellos son los que deciden en qué sitio usted debe de estar ubicado.
You should talk to your case manager. Have you talked to your case manager?
Ya,
Hable con el gerente a cargo de su caso. ¿Ya habló con esa persona?
ya hablé con él, pero él me dice que tengo que estar ahí. Ya le expliqué, ya traté de explicarle también de que no hablo inglés y dice que él trata quiere que yo haga a fuerzas el programa ahí, pero si no entiendo, no entiendo lo que estoy haciendo, ¿cómo lo voy a hacer?
Yeah, I already talked to him and he says that I need to be there. And I explained to him that I don't speak English. And he says that I need to do it there. But if I do not understand, how can I do the program?
Ya, puedo hablar un poco, entiendo un poco, pero no como para hacer mi escuela. Tengo que hacer, la escuela es algo importante. Eso no lo puedo tomar no, eso no es un juego no me van a dar mi diploma nada más por ir a sentarme en una mesa a estar fingiendo que estoy haciendo algo y en realidad no lo estoy haciendo. Am, los programas,
Um,
los programas. Oh,
I can talk and understand a little, but school is very important. And I can't just go there and sit and they're not going to give me a diploma just for sitting there. The programs are important.
ya le expliqué que ahí no me podían ayudar con eso de la escuela que yo ocupo algo mis paquetes en español o lo que estoy haciendo en español. Y ya me dijeron que ahí no hay personas que hablan español en la escuela, que no me pueden dar cosas en español.
Yes, I explained it to them and they already told me that they cannot help me. They cannot give me any packets in Spanish because in the school there is nobody that speaks Spanish, so they cannot give me anything in Spanish.
Ya hablé también con el profesor, el que me da clases, hablé con él, todo sigue igual. Dice que no me pueden ayudar con eso, que tengo que hacerlo en inglés y así no voy
I
a agarrar
also
mi diploma.
I also talked to the professor that gives the classes and he told me the same thing. He cannot help me because
Ah,
it needs to be in English and I cannot get a diploma like that.
ya tenía más de 5 meses tratando, según él, de buscar cosas en español y me dijo que no encontró que no me podían dar en español.
According to him, he had spent like more than 5 months trying to see if he can get things in Spanish. And he told me that he couldn't find anything in Spanish.
Y pues a la escuela, ellos tienen que tener el reporte donde yo estuve asistiendo.
And you should have the reports that I was attending school.
Yeah, so I would just encourage you to keep doing this, keep doing as much of the schooling as you can, and keep talking to your case manager to help you out with this, okay?
Sí, siga haciendo lo más que pueda en cuanto a la escuela y siga hablando con el encargado de su casa a ver qué pueden hacer y ayudarlo en cuanto a esto.
Ok, sí, pues yo seguía haciendo lo que podía. Ahorita no puedo porque me castigaron, estoy yo en lockdown, yo no puedo no puedo salir a clases, yo no puedo hacer nada. So, me
I
dieron
was
120
trying,
días.
but then I was punished. So I am Now I can't get out or go to classes or do anything. They gave me 120 days.
Okay, well, keep doing your best.
Haga, haga lo
Stay out of
mejor que
trouble.
pueda, señor, y manténgase fuera de problemas.
And we'll kind of follow and see what happens with your case, okay? And then we'll have to see you again after your case is resolved.
Entonces le vamos a dar seguimiento a ver qué sucede con su caso y volveremos a reunirnos después de que su caso se resuelva.
Okay, so voy a venir después de mi corte en el county, también aquí.
So then I'll be back after my county court date. I'll be back here.
Probably, but it kind of depends on what happens with your case.
Probablemente, pero dependerá de qué suceda con su caso.
Okay, pues ojalá y puedan tener en cuenta eso. Si me agarro más tiempo, me dan más tiempo o algo, si me pueden considerar tratar de moverme a una parte donde pueda seguir mis estudios, tal vez más programas que puedan ayudarme o algo.
I hope you can take that into consideration in case giving more times that they can move me to a place where I can continue with my schooling or on more programs that can help me.
We'll definitely look into that, okay?
Sí, vamos a tomar eso en consideración, ¿ok?
Okay,
All
muchas
right.
gracias.
And we'll conclude
Okay,
today's
thank
hearing.
you. Hoy se concluye la audiencia.
Good luck, sir.
Morning. I'm Greg Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Douglas Luna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, offender number 46680.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Today is set for a rehearing. So mostly we want to talk about how you've been doing the last couple of years. See what progress that you've made, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you have your blue packet. Okay, so did you go over that disclosure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it look accurate?
Yes, sir.
Any questions or concerns?
There is one.
Mhm.
It's on page 2 of the psych eval.
Okay,
And it says that under criminal history offenses, says he engaged in armed robbery, was found in possession of a weapon and abused substances, and threatened to kill a police officer. Well, threatened to kill a police officer is not accurate. I wanted them to kill me.
okay. I'll just make a note of that. Okay, anything else?
No, that's it as far as I know.
Okay. And I think we can talk a little bit more about that eval as we go along through the hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay. So you've been back here since 2018. There were a couple expectations the board set for you on that order. One of which was a psychological evaluation, and you've mentioned at least one concern about that. Also to complete residential substance use treatment or substance use treatment and to remain free of major disciplinary violations prior to the hearing. That was the order from the January 6th, 2023 hearing. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you think you've done?
I think I've done pretty good.
Okay, tell me about that.
Before that time, before I went to my hearing, I was employed.
Mhm.
I got a job and I've maintained that employment since.
Okay.
I'm still employed now, other than right now because I'm up here, but
Okay,
my job is still on hold for me.
okay, good.
I haven't had any write-ups or negative C notes.
Okay.
And then regarding the substance abuse,
Mhm.
my social anxiety is kind of hindering in that aspect of it, as is noted by the psychological eval.
Okay. So it's hindering you in that. Are there parts you think you could do or what?
If I didn't have to be in a group, I'd be all right.
Okay, so if it was individual
Yeah.
counseling? Okay. The group thing. What about the dorm style of living?
That's a little sketchy for me too, because I've done most all of my time in a cell.
Okay,
And so that open area is kind of not, I don't know, it's strange to get used to
okay.
live in.
Yeah, it's different, so, okay. All right. So let's talk about the psych eval for a bit. I made note of that concern you had with it. What do you think about the rest of that evaluation?
I was kind of puzzled by the very first page, which is the letter to Allison Tumminson.
Right.
It says that that I might have autism. So that's,
Yeah, that was an email.
yeah, that was the email. Excuse me, sorry.
No, I'm just making sure we're on the same.
Yes.
Same page.
And so that was kind of threw me for a loop,
Mhm.
but I didn't, if there's a test for that, then I'm open to that to be taken.
Okay. Was that new? Was that the first time someone ever
Yes.
said that to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Dr. Malm talk to you about what that means?
No, just the email was the first time I'd heard of it.
Okay, all right. Do you think that it could be possible?
I think it could be, looking back, a lot of the different quote unquote tics
Mhm.
and behaviors kind of, I guess, not only fall in line with bipolar affective disorder, but to autism too.
Okay. All right. Um, All right, anything else about that psych eval?
No, as far as I know, it's accurate.
Okay,
I'd like to have done a little bit better on my IQ test, but that's, I guess, par for the course.
okay. And one of the recommendations was what's said here is mentally ill offender program. Now they call that mental health support services. That was a recommendation in the eval. What do you think about that?
I think that's very accurate. I think that's would be very beneficial to myself.
Okay. And it also talked about needing connections, needing some support.
Yes, sir.
What do you think you need for support?
Like it says, I have no family support.
Mhm.
They've all passed away. And as far as friends go, the only friends I really am able to make are people that have been incarcerated, because the stigma of having been incarcerated is a big roadblock to
Okay.
achieving friendships.
Okay. I understand that, yeah. Okay. And part of the recommendations as well were substance use treatment. What do you think about that?
I could see that.
Okay. All right. So it seems like overall you agree with that evaluation, and maybe
sir.
there'd be some things that you would follow up with on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thanks. So let's talk about behavior for a bit. And I do note that the last write-up that I have is 2020, so that's several years ago.
Yes, sir.
And the write-ups were just for intoxication or intoxicant.
I was failure to produce.
Yeah,
Because I couldn't produce enough urine in the 2-hour allotted time.
yeah, yep. That's what they both say. So again, I'm recognizing, number one, that those aren't as serious as like fighting or some other things. So I recognize that. I'm also recognizing that you've done well for quite a few years since then. How do you think you've managed to stay out of trouble for these years?
Just staying in my cell,
Okay,
going to work, staying in my cell, watching TV, doing my crossword puzzles.
okay. So just-
That's about it. Being respectful to staff.
Okay. And as far as not being able to produce, I mean, that can be an anxiety thing at any time. Has that changed?
It has, because I've been able to work with the officers,
Mhm.
and they've, been a little bit more, I guess, acknowledging of the fact that it's hard to produce.
Okay,
So I haven't had and I've been able to produce since, and I still have problems going, but it's not as bad as it was.
okay. So do you think part of that is your ability to communicate with the officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, again, that looks good. I recognize that that's an improvement. So I appreciate that you've made that work.
Thank you.
And you already talked a little bit about your employment. We do have a positive C note in the institutional progress report. So that seemed like a good progress report.
Yes, sir.
for you. Okay, all right. So as far as how you've been doing in prison since then, you do have a couple classes like impact of crime, relapse prevention, anger management. Tell me about how those went.
Those were good. And the majority of the classes that I've been taking were on the tablet.
Okay.
And those are a lot easier for me to do because I'm not obviously like in the group settings, but it gives me more time to concentrate right there on the groups. Like the impact of crime, I know my impact of crime upon my victims may not, there was no victim statement or no victim impact at court or here, but I do realize the fact that I harm those people in a very negative way.
Okay.
And not only them, but the rest of society, because there might have been other people in the store. I don't know. I was the driver, but I'm assuming there was other people in the store and those people are affected too. It's like the quote unquote ripple in the pond
Yeah.
effect.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm glad you've taken some time to think about that. Um, So just kind of to summarize the last couple of years, you've done well behaviorally, not getting write-ups. You have done some programming. The substance use treatment's been a challenge because of the anxiety, the group
Yes, sir.
setting. So we haven't been able to do that. Generally have good recommendations. The psych review, I think in general you agree with what is recommended. So let's talk about potential plans for release. Tell me about that.
If I'm paroled, I know I'll have to go to a halfway house. That's a given. And I know that I can take advantage of the classes that they have available or courses there. And then as far as employment goes, I'd have to get with whoever's in charge of the halfway house to go on employment hunting for something that's unique to my ability, if I have that uniqueness anymore. I used to do a lot of woodworking and computer stuff, but get back into that, that'd be all right. But main thing for me is to do the classes that I need to that will help keep me out.
Okay. All right.
It's like I told the lady at the psych eval, I said, all I had to do is contact my parole officer and keep in contact with him. And I would not be here.
I think so. As I read the file, I think you're right. And to me, that connects with like the having a difficult time producing, where you're communicating better with the officers and you're getting a better outcome.
Yes, sir.
So it kind of sounds like the same thing, that if you can communicate and cooperate with your agent, you'll do better.
Yes. And that's after the loss of my mom in 2016, and that was hard for me. It still is, but I figured I'd just suck it up and try to do it on my own and without any help. And and obviously that didn't work out. So now I'm realizing that just asking for help is not that big of a deal.
Okay. Is it still hard to ask for help?
Not as much.
Okay. All right. And
Still get nervous about asking for help, but I realize that the worst they can do is say no.
right. Right. And usually you get a good outcome.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, good. Is there anything else you think that would support you as you go back to the community?
Other than doing what program I need to do on hopefully the MIO program. Well, I forgot what you called it.
Well, they changed the name to Mental Health Support Services.
Mental health support services. So I feel that if I can take advantage of that to its full extent, that'll do me a ton of good.
Yeah,
And society.
it's a good program. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And when you said woodworking, did you do that professionally?
No, I did it at the furniture shop at UCI.
Okay, so you have some training there.
Yes.
And then computers, where did you learn that?
In prison.
Okay.
When I was here my last time, and I
Okay.
was doing AutoCAD and some database stuff.
Okay.
So
Good. Good. Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like you do have some good plans for release there. I think you're realistic that there will be some challenges. You talked about, positive friendships, and sometimes people don't give you a chance. And I think you said it was like an uphill battle. Yeah. But you do have some good recommendations, and I think they can help you out with that. As as you're aware, we make decisions by majority vote, so I don't give you a decision today. We need to take time to deliberate on that.
Yes, sir.
We'll send that to you in writing in about 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
And, there needs to be some transition time. Like if it's mental health support services, usually the release date is some weeks out so they can get ready for you.
Okay.
Okay. That's typically how we need to do things.
Okay.
All right. But as we make that decision, is there anything else we haven't covered that you think is important to know?
I don't believe so. I believe we've covered everything.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, again, I recognize that you've made progress. I encourage you to keep that up, even though it's hard at times, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything before we close?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Okay.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Justin Aaron Hill, 187558. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich, a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, making a recommendation. Then you'll receive notice in writing of the results once a majority of the board has arrived at a decision. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, objections, or concerns with that material?
One of the things in the assessment part, it states the wrong date of my reincarceration. It says 2023 when it was actually 2024.
Yeah, and I have the arrest date as June 27th, 2024. So I will correct that in the report. But the record should reflect that you were paroled on March 21st of 2023 and an arrest warrant, and you were arrested on 6/27/2024, 15 months later.
Right.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from you, both in response to the issues that I'm about to raise and anything else you think that the board ought to consider. You are in prison on a variety of charges, the most serious of which is attempted aggravated sexual assault of a child, which is a 100-year sentence, which has a maximum expiration date of November 19th, 2110. You have guidelines on the new charge, which we'll review here in just a second. You have a guideline of 20 months, which would put you out February 27th of 2026. This parole violation was your second parole. Let me ask you a little bit about the new case. I'm trying to figure out why you did what you did. I mean, you attempted to flee an officer on what they describe as a mini motorcycle. Yeah, I guess I don't understand what you thought you were going to get away from there. And in addition to asking you what the circumstances were surrounding that arrest, I'm hoping you will share with me what went, how your parole went and what went wrong with it. So go ahead.
So my parole seemed to be going fine. It's just my motorcycle wasn't registered. It wasn't street legal. And I think I panicked when the cop tried to pull me over. And I knew I wasn't going to get away, but I really didn't think ahead of time. I panicked and I accelerated and took off. After I got a few blocks away, I did end up pulling over and stopping and obeying the commands of the officer, but I should have stopped initially at the very beginning. I just panicked and didn't think things through right
Yeah.
now.
So did you use drugs while you were on parole?
No, not this time, sir.
And did you, what did you have for employment?
I work at a rebar manufacturing company.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, what's your plans for your next parole?
I'm going back to work with the same company, and I've got my landlord that I had before is willing to rent me another place as soon as I can get out.
Mm-hmm. So you got a place to go.
Correct.
And I guess that you can anticipate that your next parole will have roughly the same special conditions as your last parole. And so far as I can see, you're in St. Pete, and you're doing great there, or at least you're not having any problems. What are you doing there?
Well, there's not really a lot to do. They've got some tablet courses that I can learn different business skills and like what I can do to possibly open my own business and write business plans and stuff like that. I've been doing a lot of those courses and just trying to keep myself busy, socializing with the guys in the section, that kind of thing.
Yeah. You, I was trying to figure out, I mean, you have a variety of charges that you're in on, 5 of them in total. The most serious one is the one I've always referenced, the attempt sexual abuse of a child. And I was unable to see that you ever completed sex offender therapy. What's your history of treatment regarding that?
When I was in Draper, initially, I completed the SOTP program. And then after I was released in 2018, I did my continuing care and also did my polygraph and successfully completed both of those.
Yeah. And that was, yeah, as I have that, that was really from 2018 to 2021, you were involved in that therapy and you did get credit for successful completion.
Correct.
And as I understand it, on your last confinement, they didn't require you to do anything additional. Is that the way that one went?
With my last confinement, because I came back on drug charges, they had me do the drug treatment program at the halfway house, which I completed successfully.
And on your last parole, were you getting treatment or therapy for anything in particular?
No. After I completed the substance abuse treatment at the halfway house, I didn't have any other therapy after that.
Uh-huh. Do you feel like you need additional therapy?
I feel like the building resilience program would give me some insight and help me out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. What about mental health issues? I looked through your record and really couldn't see any evidence that there are any mental health issues. You've had some substance abuse and DUI issues in the past. Obviously, you've completed sex offender treatment 4 or 5 years ago. Do you think you got any other mental health issues that have not been addressed?
I don't believe I have any other mental health issues.
And are you currently on any medications?
No.
Well, all right. You've had two paroles. Both of them have ended in revocation. You know, this one went for quite a while. It was like I say, I think roughly 15 months. You think you're in a position where you can successfully complete a parole?
I believe so. This time around, I've got a lot more goals. I've got a lot more support behind me. My family's behind me this time. I've got plans for starting my own business as soon as I can. Of course, I've got to go back to work and save enough money to be able to do so. But I believe I've got a better goal mindset, and I believe it'll be a lot easier this time now that I've got plans in place.
Yeah. You intend to live by yourself, though, I take it?
I do. It's just I can't live with my family because of the places that they live. Their landlords don't allow felons to live there, so I'm gonna have to get my own place. And last time I was out, I lived on my own, which was just fine. I was able to pay my bills and stay above water and do just fine living by myself. So I think I can do it just fine.
All right. Well, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider?
I think we've gone over basically everything that I can think of.
All right. Well, good luck to you. You'll be hearing from us, and there's nothing further. We'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. This is time and place set for an original parole hearing on Stephen BOEDEKER.
Yes, sir.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Stephen BOEDEKER, 259299. My name is Bradley Rich. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, and since I'll be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand, be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We'll conduct the hearing here today, and you'll receive notice in writing. We say within 4 to 6 weeks. I endeavor to get a report out and submit it to the other board members as quickly as possible. Let me welcome here today several family members and friends who are here. Shirley BOEDEKER, Jenna BOEDEKER, mother and sister, Ryan Quizrell and Katie Jones, and John Jensen. Friends, you understand that the rules don't allow you to speak here today, but your presence here is much appreciated and will be taken into account. We also have here today Courtney Fletcher, victim, and Ashley Fletcher, sister of the victim. And we also have, who else do I have here? Who haven't I identified so far? Oh, yes. All right. The rules do allow victims to speak. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you, do you desire to speak on the record here today? That was my understanding. Let me ask you to take the witness stand right there if you would. And we are on the record, and you certainly may identify yourself if you desire to do so, but you're not required to do that. Do you understand that? All right, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to the truth, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing? Thank you. Let me give you a brief summary where I think we stand, then I want to hear from the victim and then from you in response. You are here committed on 2 charges, both of them third-degree felonies, aggravated assault, and a violation of sentencing and probation violations, also a third-degree felony. You have a maximum expiration date of July 29th, 2028. You have guidelines of 22 months, which would take you to the 29th of May of this year. And so with that, let me turn to the victim and ask you to put on the record any statement you'd like to make.
Before I say anything, I request that if he does get out on parole, can we do GPS monitoring?
We can do that, and we can certainly will also have a no contact order in place. Yeah, and if you would speak up, this is being recorded, and but your voice is not amplified here, so.
Is that better?
That's great, thank you.
I don't feel comfortable or safe with him getting released. And my reasonings being, I mean, it's a repetitive cycle. This isn't the only case we've had together. He's followed me to multiple jobs. He's followed me to stores. He's followed me to family members' homes where he didn't even know where they lived. He also has sent pictures of family members to show that he knew where they lived and who they were without me knowing or telling him who they were. I literally don't eat. I don't sleep. I'm so uncomfortable. I can't. I don't feel safe walking around doing anything with my kids, you know, at all without seeing him or fearing that he's going to come around in vengeance or something else. I don't know his relationship with his kid's mom now at this point, and I don't know if that's going to come back on me. I don't want to be blamed for something and then him have anger and resentment towards me and then come back after me again.
No. Well, let me say you're entitled to feel comfortable and not to have ongoing fears of Mr. BOEDEKER. And I'm hoping that at some stage he'll be able to move on beyond that. I know that's difficult. It's an easy thing for me to say and a hard thing for you to do. But I want to reassure you that the Board of Pardons rule is that we will do everything we can to see to it that there's not a recurrence of this.
I hope not, because I have multiple other cases where he has repetitive accounts of stalking and breaking protective orders. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure in my case and my own kids' lives, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, it's understandable. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. BOEDEKER, we move to you. And let me say in reinforcement of what the victim has just said, by my count, you're in here on a single criminal case with 2 third-degree felony counts. By my count, you have 8 cases in which you've been convicted of assault, domestic violation in the presence of a child, stalking, infliction of injury on a child, violation of protective order, aggravated assault. It's not like this was just a single incident. You have been at this, by my rough calculations, for several years. And I'm hoping that you can address that, A, so that the board can feel comfortable releasing you at some point, and B, so that the victim and her family can feel comfortable with that. You've heard that. I mean, it seems to me like you have substantially ruined her ability to enjoy her life, and you have continued to do that for a period of time. And I will say to you, that concerns me, and I think it'll concern the rest of the board as well. What do you have to say?
Yes, sir. It was a reoccurring theme and something that was done repetitively in 3 different cases and 8 charges of that. I fully understand the reason why I was sentenced to prison and understand the seriousness and the gravity of the crimes I committed. And in retrospect, you know, I'm truly sorry and remorseful to the victim and everybody else that was involved in just all the consequences associated with my actions and my crimes. I truly wish I could take away that pain, and I understand that there's a lot of anxiety and stress and fear, and that sense of safety has been taken away. And I'm truly sorry for that. And I always will be.
Why do you think that the light didn't come on for you sooner? I mean, you continue to do this over and over again when you had been told in court that your behavior was unacceptable and, in fact, criminal activity. Why did you continue to do it?
Well, I spent a lot of time reflecting on that. A lot of classes, a lot of therapy sessions, a lot of deep work, a lot of difficult work. I think initially, and even initially during my incarceration, there was a lot of minimizing and denying and blame shifting and gaslighting. Just honestly a totality of excuses and not taking my actions as serious as they were and what they were doing to somebody else in their life.
Yeah. Well, let me say on a positive note, you really have done a lot of programming while you've been incarcerated. And you have, I think by my count, 9 positive C notes. You've been an exemplary prisoner. And while you heard me recite all the reasons why your behavior prior to that was totally unacceptable, your behavior while in prison has allowed me to harbor some hope that you're capable of different and better if you're released. You're only 30 years old and you have a relatively short sentence, 2028. And there's a certain sense in which you get to choose whether whether this behavior will bring you back here again and again and again. And I will tell you, you're only in on a 5-year sentence, and you're obviously going to be back out on the street at some point, and then it's going to be up to you. And you've already gone some distance towards demonstrating that you've really established some insight while you've been in here, and that's evidenced by the reports in the prison as well. And I'm hoping that you can translate that into positive behavior on the outside. I guess what I'm hoping you can share with me is what was going on in your head that triggered your inappropriate criminal behavior against the victim?
Yeah, I don't think I was taking full accountability of any previous actions taken, any crimes committed, all the damage I've caused. I don't think I was taking it serious initially, and then allowed it to continue to happen, where now I'm able to work with the therapist and take that serious, take, you know, several classes like anger management and victim impact, where I wasn't taking that serious when I wasn't incarcerated. And not being able to control my emotions or my stress.
Yeah.
And really to weaponize that anger on somebody else, which wasn't acceptable. It's not acceptable to ever do that. And
all right, two follow-up issues that I'm hoping that you can clarify for me. The first is, you've described a variety of things that were going on there, and I'm trying to decide whether this was some sort of compulsion that you had, or was it a desire to control the victim, or what it was. And issue number 2 for me is, how will that change in the future? What skills have you acquired that will prevent you or will allow you to avoid that behavior in the future?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
All right. I'm trying to follow up and sort of figure out what it was that motivated you, and what you have learned in the meantime that would allow you not to engage in that behavior, either with this victim or the next woman that you take up with.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Originally, for a long time, even just, I mean, I'm in a domestic violence class right now. I actually became a certified peer support specialist and kind of helped co-facilitate that class. And that's actually really given me an insight into empathy and into accountability, and that there's no one to blame for my actions except for myself. And in there, you know, we learn about a cycle of violence and the will of violence. And I think I denied really the control aspect of it, but I think a lot of it had to do with control, jealousy, envy, anger, and not being able to control my emotions. Emotional regulation was a big part. And where I didn't know how to have conflict resolution and healthy communication, respect boundaries that were provided. Plenty of times that the court didn't establish boundaries, but they were presented. And just being able to learn, you know, kind of what triggered all of my crimes and my actions, and get to the root cause of those, and really work and focus on that, especially with a lot of the classes I have taken. And I plan on continuing therapy. I do have a recommendation at the VOA to go to a therapist there that focuses and specializes on domestic violence. And so I'm planning on continuing doing that work, and finding a domestic violence group and class that I can go to and continue doing that. And I believe it's a lifelong journey for me. It doesn't just stop with me being granted parole and leaving prison. It's not just being parole compliant. It's continuing that work the rest of my life. And it took me a long time, and it didn't take me until I ended up in prison. And I realized that I don't want my sons to do the things that I did, and that I needed to be the man that I want them to be. Captain Your Stories helped a lot with that vision and the I am, and just realizing that I need to demonstrate them the kind of man that I want them to be, and that I have to make some serious changes in my life.
Yeah. Well, you certainly have been a good role model in the past. And you've gone some distance towards convincing me that you've sorted through these issues and you have understanding about them. Anything specific that you would intend to do other than just generally continuing therapy when you get out? What are you going to do if you arrive at a situation where you want to lash out at somebody, I think some woman somewhere, over whatever issues you perceive in your mind? What are you going to do different next time?
Yeah, and that's a definitely understandable concern and a legitimate one. Thankfully, I have amazing family and friend support, and people that are healthy and demonstrate healthy relationships and healthy communication and boundaries, that, you know, they're mentors of mine and that I can rely on. There's a lot of skills that I've learned while incarcerated and at the prison. You know, skills such as like mindfulness and meditation, stress management skills, cold therapy skills, and things that I'm going to continue to take in other classes that I do plan on taking whenever I'm released, not just therapy, but amongst other things, and to really focus on that. You know, I've been in solid and I've learned how to, through mediations in the past year, and with the CPSS work, is to go into conflict resolution and really seek to understand before you're understood, and to apply that principle and have empathy with everybody. And so it's really just me utilizing the skills that I've learned and continuing to figure out what I need to do whenever I am released. And I have some action plans already set up, and continuing to do that.
All right. All right. You answered all my questions. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this moment, no. Thank you.
And let me turn to you again, the victim, and ask you, after you've heard what you've heard here today, do you want to add anything else? You need to take the chair and these.
Yeah, one more thing. I want to say, like, I'm glad he's utilizing the skills and stuff he's been taught, but now I have to go pay over and over again to reteach myself to use skills that I already knew, because now I'm so messed up and traumatized and have PTSD from somebody who's so impulsive on his actions and just wants to act on every emotion he has in the moment.
Yeah. Let me ask you as a follow-up on that about the issue of restitution. As I see, there's no restitution that's ever been ordered.
Yeah.
Are you but I see some reference that you've been told that you could actually file a claim. Have you done that?
Yes, with Utah Office for Victims of Crime, and they're working with me still.
All right. And do you have any idea what kind of monetary loss you've suffered?
A lot. I don't eat, I don't sleep. There's multiple things. My PTSD is through the roof. Like, my work, I had to switch jobs because he knew where I worked. Like, there's a lot. Most of my life I had to up and leave. Like, I relocated 2 other times because he kept finding me. So yeah, I just don't feel safe with any of it.
Yeah. And I take it you're still in therapy.
Most definitely. I'm trying to keep up with it, yes.
Well, you answered my questions on those issues, and I appreciate that additional information. Let me say to you that the policy of the board is to order restitution. The legislation has just recently changed, and what it really means is that the board no longer can order restitution, but will refer it back to the state of Utah for collection, and hopefully you'll be made whole on that, to the extent that financial reimbursement will actually succeed in doing that for you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. Let me ask you in final, are you prepared to, I mean, I have no doubt but that she's out of pocket substantial amounts, and she's suffered both mentally, emotionally, and financially. Are you prepared to reimburse through the state once you're released on parole?
Absolutely, whatever is deemed necessary.
All right.
And I'll be able to take care of that restitution and what's,
Like I say, the board no longer micromanages that. We turn that over to an agency that has specialized ability to collect resources. So I anticipate that that this claim will be finalized and sent back to the court and ordered when the time comes.
can I say one more thing
Sure.
that I didn't address earlier, that a concern that was mentioned, and it's a valid concern. It was in regards to my ex-wife and the relationship with her and my children. We had a long mediation back in August, and we agreed to change the custody agreement. I'm able to have video visits with them once a week, if not a phone call with them. And so that relationship's there. And taking inside out dad, I'm currently in inside out parenting to learn how to become a better parent and to utilize those skills. And
How old are your kids?
they're 6 and 5.
Mhm.
And we have a 5 to 6 month reunification plan upon my release. And there's some stipulations to that as well. So whatever parole agreements and stipulations I have, I'll also have those with reunification.
Yeah, and I don't know how that will be worked out. The reality of it is that that the current case that brings you here doesn't involve that directly, and so you can work that out with your parole officer, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
All right, if there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on Alexander Merline. Am I saying that correctly?
MERLINE.
Merline. Offender number 231617. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich, a member of the Board of Pardons, and I will be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation. You'll receive notice in writing once the majority of the board has arrived at a decision. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand, and let me begin by asking you if you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing information we'll be going over.
Yes,
And have you got any objections, corrections, or concerns with that material?
negative.
And are you prepared to proceed here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were in on 2 counts, both second-degree felony, a aggravated assault and a robbery charge. You have a maximum expiration date of August 1st of 2036. You have a guideline of 46 months, which will, with credit for time served of 975 days, you have a guideline that would put you out in June 1st of this year. Let me tell you where I think, what I'm interested in, some questions that I have. I'm interested in substance abuse and mental health issues. I'm interested in your current gang involvement with the white supremacist gang. I'm interested in what your release plans are. And you've had 3 paroles so far, plus you've been supervised in California as well, if I understand your record correctly. And I'm hoping you can help me convince me that you're going to do, that there's a successful parole in your future. What do you think?
Your Honor, I've been a non-active gang member for over 4 years. I'm on the modified mod gang terms, which means that I'm a dropout. I can't interact with any gang members or anything. And I've been doing that since for the past 4 years, and especially when I got to this prison in the past year.
Has that been a problem for you?
Negative.
So you haven't had any
None.
negative interaction with your former affiliates in I forgot what the gang was. Are you in a position to, what are you going to do when you get out?
Your Honor, I have a really good support group of family that are here local, and also I have a treatment center or a rehab center. Mentor Works, actually a sober living home. I'm sorry, it's a sober living home. There's one in Orem and there's one in Riverton. That's where I'd like to start out after parole. I've had 3 paroles on my last term, and I went to Mentor Works during those times, and it was I was successful in that program.
Are you currently in receiving any mental health counseling, or are you on any psychotropic medications?
I'm on medication for PTSD, Prozocin, and there's one other one I forgot.
And do you think they're helping you?
Yes, sir, they have.
All right, so you intend to go to a sober living facility. Any thoughts on, and of course that would both be a place to live and a place to get you the kind of therapy that you need.
Yes, they can live there too.
Any idea what you do for employment?
Your Honor, since I've been here, I've been doing vocational training for automotive. So I'm looking to receive my ASE certification. I can do that by June or July. So I'm currently going to the voc rehab here, or vocational training. So employment shouldn't be a problem.
All right, you know, these offenses are now kind of old. 2020 and a 20, or 2019 and a 2020, or 20 case and a 2021 case. Well, the 2020 case involves what I regard as a savage assault. What was the story with that?
The dude broke into my house and I retaliated against him. That's the honest truth.
The victim was stabbed in the back. And you've been convicted of it, so we can't really relitigate that. But I'm hoping that you're in the process of establishing some skills and some ability to avoid that kind of situation in the future.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. I feel though, as long as I've been down, and I've been down for 3.5 years, it's not 900 days, it's over 1,000.
Yeah.
That's what my board packet said, credit for time served was for.
Mhm.
I believe I've been really rehabilitated in some aspect of learning from my mistakes.
Yeah. All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything additional that you think the board ought to consider?
That I take full responsibility for my actions,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe I learned from them, and I've been rehabilitated. I think I've been down 3.5 years on this,
Yeah.
and I'm looking to strive to do better and move on in life.
Yeah. Well, I think your calculations are pretty close to correct. You've got a 46-month guideline, and really you're 42 months into that. 3.5 years is roughly where we stand, and hopefully the light will come on. There's been no restitution ordered in these cases, so that's not an issue. I think and you've been.
I've had no negative C notes. I'm sorry to be
Yeah,
interrupted.
no, I mean, I was just about to list that. You haven't had any problems while you're in prison. You've
I submitted
you've
my-
done some programming. You're you've done all the right things. I'm hoping that parole number 4 will be a turning around point for you. You're only 33 years old, and yet you have devoted it most of your adult life either to being incarcerated or being under supervision, either here or in California. So I'm hoping that there is the prospect for your getting out of that repetitive pattern.
I believe since I've been down, I had an awakening or an epiphany of learning from my mistakes, and I've truly dwelt on what I did and where I went wrong and where I can improve on. And I believe I've been able to do that since I've been here.
Good.
And that's the honest truth.
All right. All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll be hearing from us in writing. Good luck to you.
Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Willie Hill, offender number 246463, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a hearing back in September of last year. It was a parole violation hearing. Your parole was revoked and you were granted a December 24th, 2024 parole date. One of the conditions that you had attached to parole was that you would go to the halfway house with to participate in the mental health program there. Subsequently, the board received notice from the Department of Corrections that you weren't ready for the program. They recommended that you work with the treatment team here at the prison to increase stability. It was additionally reported that you had new disciplinary violations. That was the reason why your parole date was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing. So really, the purpose of today's hearing is to get an update from the time that it was reported that you were struggling with some stability issues. How are things going now?
I moved to the mental health section, which is the other building. And I was on the wrong medication. Previously, when I was having those problems in Bear, I wasn't taking my medication as prescribed. There was one that I had no excuse before, but there's 1 week where I could not take my medication because I just couldn't get out of bed. I was way too sick. That caused a bunch of mental problems for me. I got on medication and made me very paranoid when I was on in current mental health. I did have a couple. It's like I had a week of crisis there. My mental health got better leading up to it when I went to current. I had an incident that sent me to the psych unit and the psych hall, and I got put on a medication called Depakote, which allows me to analyze and allows my brain to work. I don't have to panic when I know I'm struggling to find words, so I can pick words out and actually see the situation. I also could see other people's point of view. Now,
How long have you been on the Depakote?
I've been on the Depakote for, sorry for looking here, I've been on it for close to a month.
Okay.
But I was doing pretty good until I went to the psych hall. It was when I went to the psych hall, it was just a mental breakdown type of situation. I got better the day I went to current, but that was a medicational adjustment that actually, in retrospect, made me an outlier. And as far as my mental health is like way better. Like I thought I was already improved when being in a new environment, being stable back on my meds. But now I switched to a better medication that's way better. So
Well, and it seems like your disciplinary violations have stopped since you got on the new medication. And you say that you've stabilized, you're feeling better. Are you willing to go to the halfway house and do the program there?
yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir.
What I'll do is I'll inform the board of how you're doing currently, that you're on the right medication, that you feel stable. You don't anticipate that you'll have any new disciplinary violations?
No, I actually wrote a letter stating that since the time I had the 2 incident reports for my mental health crisis in current, I won't have any more disciplinaries.
All right, the board will review it. They'll likely put another release date in place. Being that you're going to that mental health program, they'll have a clinician come out and meet with you, just verify that you are taking your medication, that you're stable, you're not having any issues, and then they can get you set up to be released there.
Okay,
All right, thank you for your time today.
thank you, sir.
You'll get the board order in mail. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward, including a release date.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Alex Chavez, offender number 2400987. Mr. Chavez, did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes, I do.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had returned to prison on parole violations. You submitted a parole violation waiver in June of 2024. The board accepted that waiver, granted a November 5th, 2024 parole. Subsequently, the board received notice that you had 2 new disciplinary violations. Your parole date was rescinded. You were scheduled for today's hearing. Do you have any explanation on those disciplinary violations?
Other than I'm struggling and I just caught in a bad position, really. I own up to it. I mean, there's nobody else that could have did it but me. So I take full credit for it.
You haven't had any new disciplinary violations since August of 2024. You appear to be improving your behavior within the facility. You have a substance use contingency, treatment contingency. Have you done any treatment?
At this moment, I'm actually trying to get in communication with the caseworker to see if I can get into either a sober living or an IOP program when I'm out. If they don't make me do it in a halfway house, then I'm actually taking steps to do it myself while I'm in here to, if I get released, then to go someplace else and do that treatment.
And I think I misspoke. I think I said contingency. As you alluded to, you have the residential substance use treatment condition attached to your parole.
Yes, that's what it is, yes.
Right. A contingency would have meant that you had to complete it prior to release. You don't have a contingency for release, but you have the expectation that you'll do it on parole.
Okay.
All right, but you are willing to do programming at the halfway house if the other option isn't approved?
Yes.
All right. And you said you're still looking into where you could do sober living or IOP, or did you have that figured out?
So I've already, because here you have to submit a ticket, but at the moment I'm just waiting on the caseworker to respond to the ticket that I wrote him to see if he can help me get into a program, because I've tried to call the programs, Davis Behavioral and We Recovery myself, and because I do not have money in my books yet, they haven't been able to answer, or they haven't answered. So I'm going through the case. We're going through other alternative steps to go through the caseworker and see if I can get that done with his assistance.
Okay. All right, the board will review everything, determine how much additional time you should serve based off of the disciplinary violations. You've already served some additional time. The board may be inclined to go ahead and set another parole date after today's hearing. Even a quick turnaround would be about 30 to 45 days. By the time the board reviews everything, makes their decision, gets that date in place, that'd likely be the soonest time frame for release.
Okay.
All right, but you'll find out for sure what the board decided here in a couple weeks. They'll mail you a copy of the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward.
All right, sounds good.
All right, any questions, any additional information you'd like to provide?
No, I just thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. All right, today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Estrado Davis, offender number 255250, and that is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you are set for today's original hearing with the expectation that you complete cognitive behavioral therapy, comply with your case action plan, and remain free from any discipline violations. So we'll go over whatever progress you've made in those areas. Before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offense with you. You were committed to prison on case 221-300-210, purchase, transfer, possess, use of a firearm by a restricted person, third-degree felony, 2 separate counts. The information is that in April of 2022, you were driving a stolen vehicle, you were involved in a crash, you were in possession of 2 handguns and marijuana. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
In review of the file, I noticed that this wasn't your only case. You had some other convictions. All of them occurred over a several-month period, and you were placed on probation at one point. You had violations while on probation. You had a domestic violence incident with your girlfriend. You consumed alcohol, and you failed to report as directed while under supervision. So if you could just not only go over this case that I just went over with you, what happened that day, but just generally during that time frame, what was going on in your life and what caused all these problems?
Okay. So when I first got to Utah, I had met a person that was in, I guess, Tooele, and I didn't know my way back. So he had let me borrow his car to use, like to get to my way back. And I ended up losing control of the wheel, and I also had weapons on me. And yeah, I got arrested for that. I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to have weed and guns at the same time, because at the time I never got in trouble, so I was legally able to have the guns. So yeah.
And
But-
why did you have the guns?
I just carried them everywhere I went, pretty much, sir.
Were they guns that you had purchased from somebody else, or were they legally purchased, or?
They were legally purchased.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And then you get placed on probation, and then what happens with that?
I just caught violation, usually for missing my dates or something like that. I never failed a drug test or anything like that. I was actually about to terminate before I got in trouble. Yeah, I ended up getting into an argument. Somebody called the police, and yeah, that's when they ended up sending me to prison. But the charges were dropped. I never were guilty of any of the domestic violence or anything. It was just a small argument.
So why do you think they sent you to prison on the probation violations?
Oh, because they gave me a lot of chances, and they gave me a lot of opportunity to do better, and it was my fault. You know, I kind of expected that, because I should have did more. You know, I should have focused on that a lot more instead of other things. So that was my fault completely.
I read the expectations that the board had for today's hearing. Have you been able to do any classes or programming?
Yes, sir. I was in solid in prison before they moved me here. I was in there for like, as soon as I got in RNO. So that was what, September till November. And also I have been in MRT. It has been a long wait. I signed up for it back in November, and they just couldn't get me in there. But I am participating in it. I am in it. And yeah.
When do you expect you'll be done with MRT?
Sir, I do not know. I just joined. Like I said, I had signed up for it back in November, and I have been on a waiting list for months. So I have no idea how long it is, really, sir.
I would imagine it's approximately 3 months.
Oh, wow.
I read the housing report. You're there at the Beaver County Jail. You haven't had any disciplinary violations. They indicate you're not a management problem.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You said you didn't have any positive drug tests while on probation. So did you stop using at that time?
I haven't been a big drug person my whole life. I used to smoke weed when I was like, what, 16 to 19, but I quit because I was spending too much money on it and it was making me lazy and paranoid. So I quit that. And the only thing I have been doing is drinking, but it's not like an addiction or anything. It's just when I get off work. And sometimes that day that I got caught intoxication was 420 and I was partying and it just got out of hand.
Your case carries a maximum 5-year sentence, puts you at October of 2028. Your guideline date, which considers this case, also your previous history and some other factors, is 18 months, April 6th of 2025, so less than a month out. The board can hold you longer than that guideline date if they feel it's appropriate to do so. One reason why they may consider holding you past the guideline is to have you complete MRT prior to release. But that doesn't have to be the case. They could consider releasing you prior to completing that. Have you put any thought into whether or not you're willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Sir, I'm trying to get back to my family. I am trying to complete parole. Before I was focused on trying to provide and for my kids and my wife and the people that was living with us. So I wasn't making enough time for probation like I should have. I'm trying to complete it this time and I'm trying to stay out of here because really this is just hindering me and it's making me start all over. And I really don't like being in this position. But yeah, I'm trying to complete parole.
Where, you don't have to give an address, but where, just generally, where do your wife and kids live?
State Street. Yeah, State Street.
Oh, so you're going to Salt Lake?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you have employment opportunities available to you?
Yes, sir. I've been working since I was 16 years old to provide for my mom and my little brother. So I have really good work history in restaurants, so I can cook very well. So I was planning on working at B-Dubs when I got out. And if that didn't work out, probably Amazon, something just to get money to check through.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you. What I'll do after today's hearing is get all of the information we've discussed over to the 5 board members for their review. They'll make a decision as to when you should be released and under what conditions. They should be able to make that decision in the next couple weeks, and they'll mail you a copy of the board order. The board order will outline everything that's expected moving forward. Any additional information you want to provide today?
Yeah, you said that the MRT is probably 3 months and they may not hold me. Is there any way, like, you think you could tell them, can I do it on the outs because I have to get back to my family? I mean, whatever they choice they make, I'm gonna have to respect, and I am gonna respect. I just hope that you ask for that because my wife has been by herself for a year and I usually provide. And it's been very hard on her and the children. So if you could just tell them that, that would be amazing. But other than that, thank you, sir.
All right, I'll include that in my report that you would like to be released as soon as possible so you can get back to your family and help out with your wife and kids, that you're willing to do the programming while on parole, and that you're asking the board if they'd consider allowing you to do something similar to MRT in the community rather than have you remain incarcerated. I'll include all that in my report.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right, have a blessed day.
All right, you too.
Yeah.
All right, today's the time and place set for an original hearing for David Berry, offender number 224672. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yeah.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you complete cognitive behavioral therapy, substance use treatment, and comply with your case action plan. I'll go over the progress you've made in those areas later on in the hearing. Before I do that, I need to go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got two separate cases. First case, 191-800-305, reckless endangerment of a child, third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor. October of 2019, traffic stop was initiated. You were the passenger. Oh no, you were the driver of the vehicle. Police observed two young children in the back seat that were not properly restrained. Police located a syringe in the door panel, also a bag of meth. Is that information accurate?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a clear recollection of what was going on that day? This was some time ago, but do you remember what happened and why everything unfolded the way it did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, go ahead and provide an explanation to me. What happened that day?
In a hurry, and I woke up late and I was in a hurry, and I made some bad choices. I jumped in my car and drove down the road and got pulled over on the highway. And then on the way there, I got pulled over because I didn't have no license plates on the front of my truck. Well, at all. I didn't have license on it. So when the cop pulled me over, he asked me for my registration. I didn't have none. So he walked around to look at the VIN number. And when he opened up the door, he seen the syringes and stuff in the door. I had my two kids with me, and he pulled me out of the car and did a traffic, made me walk straight, had me walk a straight line and all that stuff. And at the time, then he asked if he could look at what was in my case, and I said yeah, and so he opened it up and there was drugs in there. And so I went to jail for the impaired driving, child endangerment, because I had my kids with me.
How long had you been struggling with drug use?
I've been struggling with it for on and off. I got a lot of good clean time, a lot of good amounts of it, but mainly since I've been 18, I've been struggling with it on and off.
And has meth been the drug you've been using on and off?
Yeah. When I was younger, I struggled with alcohol, but I haven't really drank in, it's been quite a few years. Once I got onto meth, it kind of just went downhill from there really bad. But
How old are your children?
they're 9 and 10 now.
Do you still have custody or
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
do
I
they
got
live?
They live with me in Roosevelt, where I live at.
Was the passenger in the vehicle the children's mother
Yeah.
during this incident?
And
Do they
when-
live with her also?
Yeah. Me and her together still.
Now, in retrospect, looking back at this incident, do you feel like you put your kids at harm?
Yeah. And I really feel bad for her. I just want to start over clean and fresh and be able to get out and be the dad that I know I can be. But I know that I did I did a lot of stuff that I'm not proud of back when I was younger. But I really feel like I'm going in the right direction now.
After this case, you got put on probation?
Yeah. In 2020, I got put on APMP.
And were you still living with your kids and your wife, or did DCFS take custody of the kids temporarily?
They ended up taking custody of them temporarily, and then I got clean and sober, and I got them back and got the case closed.
How long did that process take where you had to demonstrate sobriety and do treatment?
Like a year and a half, almost, about a year and a half.
All right, so that gets us close to this next case, 221-800-348, possession or use of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor, August of 2022. APMP, with the help of a deputy, arrived to your residence for a probation check. They could smell marijuana. Looks like you became agitated with the agents and yelling at them. They located several items of paraphernalia. The paraphernalia had either marijuana or meth residue on them. Is that information accurate?
Yeah.
So what happened after you spent that year and a half getting clean and sober, doing treatment, demonstrating to DCFS that you could have your kids back, and then at this point you had your kids back?
Yeah.
So why'd you go back to using?
I don't know. I don't have a good, I don't have any, I don't have any reason for really particularly using, but it was just a bad mistake. And
So did the kids get removed from the home again after this incident?
no, I've had them since then, but I did go to jail and all that stuff, and then I got sober again. And I got sober for another year or so, and then I relapsed again, and then I ended up coming to prison this time.
Yeah, you demonstrated that you're able to get clean for periods of time, but the pattern is that you return to using. That'll be the concern moving forward, is that you've already demonstrated that you can get clean and sober, but the end result over time has always been that you return to using. If you could go over the classes or programming that you've been able to do while incarcerated.
Oh, yeah. I've done MRT again. That one I've learned a lot of stuff from all of them, but the biggest thing was about my triggers. Like I've learned to be able to manage my triggers and figure out how to go around like roadblocks. Like, sorry, I'm not very good at being put on the spot, but I got a lot of certificates over all the classes I've done. And the main thing that stuck out was I went to Inside Out Dad so I could become a better father. And sorry, I'm still a little bit nervous, but.
All right. You also completed the substance use program.
Yeah, the BOE.
Yeah, you've done well while incarcerated. You haven't been a management problem. You've completed all of the classes and programming that the board would have expected. So that will work in your favor when the board goes to review everything. They'll see that you've done well while incarcerated and that you didn't just, disregard the board's expectations leading to today's hearing, that you actually fulfilled everything and you did well. What are your release plans?
When I get out, I got a job planned out. I'm gonna go become a diesel mechanic again. And this time I'm gonna go get a job that has to drug test me. So I'm more, so I have to for sure stay clean. And that was one of my problems was every time I get a job, it would be like one that I didn't have to really drug test for. So I'm gonna do that so I can stay clean and sober for that reason. And
Have you done diesel mechanic work in the past, or is this something new?
I've been doing it on and off since I've been 15. I'm like really good at it. And I could get a job almost anywhere I could like go where I go to. It's just when you're in using, then you don't really go and get jobs that you have to drug test for, so it's all been under the table, but from this point out, I plan on going and getting a job that I have to be responsible for. And then other than that, and I got I got my house still that I'm going back to, but I want to be able to go back to. And I have like a clean and sober community that, like, I have an NA that I go to. Thompson House is like right up the road from my house, and I go to the meetings there quite frequently. And I became like really good friends with them. Like during my times of being clean, I became good friends with the Thompson House community. So I know that when I got sentenced to prison, he told me to get a hold of him when I get back out, and he'll be waiting for me to go to NA and stuff. So with them and all that. And then I got a church. I go to the Baptist church I was going to before I relapsed, and I have a lot of good stuff out there that I'm gonna go back to.
All right, well, your convictions carry a maximum 5-year sentence, puts you in November of 2028. Based off of your history and the cases you were committed to prison on and some other factors, you have a 22-month guideline date, which is September 27th of this year. Whatever date the board decides on, so if they just for conversational purposes, if they decide to release you at that guideline date, they'll reduce that by 4 months to account for your program completion.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they have to go at that guideline date. Just whatever date they choose, you'll get a 4-month reduction from there.
Okay.
Are you willing to do parole?
Yeah.
All right. I'll inform the board of that. You've answered all of my questions. I'll provide this information to the 5 board members for their review. They should be able to make a decision in the next couple weeks. They'll mail you a copy of the board order. It will outline everything that's expected moving forward, including a release date and the conditions of release, if that's what they decide.
Okay.
Anything else you would like to provide before I conclude the hearing?
No, that'll work.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Nice meeting you.
All right, you too. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Anthony Vela, offender number 192351. Is that how you pronounce your last name, Vela?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of the hearing in that blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan. So we'll go over whatever progress you've made there at the institution. You've got a number of convictions. You've got case 201-700-229, retail theft, third-degree felony. 221-901-964, retail theft, Class A. 211-912-545, theft, failure to stop, both third-degree felonies. 221-903-351, retail theft, Class A. 211-702-322, retail theft, third-degree felony. 231-910-188, retail theft, Class A. 241-901-978, possession, Class A. You got another retail theft, Class A, unlawful control of a vehicle, Class A, and failure to stop, Class A. These cases span 2020 through 2024. It just appears to be a pattern of drug use and theft and non-compliance under supervision. If you could provide a summary or overview as to what was going on in your life, what led up to these cases, maybe some information on why you weren't able to get things back on track.
I think the biggest thing is just being probably homelessness, not having the proper housing would be the biggest thing, as well as just being addicted to, multiple substances at the time. And just, I don't know, I just feel like I just wasn't ready maybe at the time. And so being incarcerated and coming to prison has kind of been like a blessing in disguise. It's actually let me take a step back and just realize what's important, and just kind of take accountability and stop minimizing the crimes that I've been committing. Because that was a lot of it, was just minimizing and making it like it was no big deal. And so I just want to take accountability and full responsibility for the crimes that I did commit. Yeah.
We'll go over some of the positive things that you've done. I want to talk about this pending disciplinary. It's from February 26, 2025. It's listed as an AO2 aggravated assault, A16, participating in any STG activity. You'll have a disciplinary hearing on that, I would imagine, at some point. But is there any information you want to provide on that now?
I honestly just in the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess. I have no idea what they're even referring to. But I guess I was in the wrong, like I said, wrong place at the wrong time. I've been my whole stay since I've been in prison. I haven't had a single write-up or negative C-no or anything. I've kind of just kept my son and my family in the front of my mind when it comes to situations, because there's a lot of situations that come arise in prison that you could get in trouble for, or things could escalate to something very serious. And so like I said, I just keep the positive things in the front of my mind. That way I could stay out of trouble, because I want this to just be a stepping stone to the better part of my life.
And you were housed at the jail at one point, and then they moved you over to Gunnison, or
I went
that
from
right?
Gunnison to Beaver back to Gunnison.
Okay. And the classes that you've been able to participate in, I've got a list of things here. It looks like it's been anger management. That was 2024, December 2024, you completed that. And then MRT, you completed that in January of this year. Anything else that you've been doing?
I've signed up for like Inside Out Dads and Impact of Crime, but when they moved me from Gunnison, I just wasn't able to get back into those classes. And so I just started going to AA and then the MRT and the anger management while I was in Beaver.
And the case action plan that the board required or expected you to comply with, the first thing I'm seeing on there is alcohol, drug problems. They, looks like you did a substance use assessment, and the recommendation from that assessment was that you do intensive outpatient. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir. And so my sister, she's a big support system of mine. She actually got me accepted and approved at Renaissance Ranch. It's an inpatient program. So I have a bed waiting, just whenever if I'm able to get out, then I'll go straight to the inpatient program there.
Okay. And then you have pro-criminal attitude orientation. They put on there that they wanted you to complete some various classes. You've done some of that, the MRT and the anger management. The next one on the list is education. Do you have a diploma?
Yes, sir. I graduated in 07
Okay.
from Copper Hills High School.
Any issues with getting employment? You said you struggled with homelessness and your addiction. Are you employable? Have you had jobs?
Yeah, I've worked pretty much not the whole time, but sporadically in sales and just like HVAC work. Those are probably the best things I've been able to do in my life.
And then you outlined what your release plan is. You'll go to Renaissance Ranch and then whatever ongoing treatments required from that. And are you willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Absolutely.
All right. You have a maximum 5-year sentence, puts you at May of 2028. Your guideline date's 25 months. That was up in February of this year. So the board will take that into consideration that you're past your guideline date. I would imagine, based off of your class completion, that the board would be inclined to set a release date after today's hearing. Now, one hangup you may have is if there's any potential criminal charges related to that disciplinary violation, or if you have any new disciplinary violations after today's hearing, that could get your date pulled and have to come back for another hearing.
Okay.
All right.
Is there anything that I need to do regarding the new write-ups maybe, or because like I said, I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know. We haven't heard anything about it. We've been in SMU for almost 2 weeks now, so I just don't know if there's something I can do or if I need to do. But
Yeah, there's nothing that the board isn't involved with that, so there's nothing
Okay.
that I would be able to tell you that you can do. What the Department of Corrections does is they'll notify the board if you've been convicted of that disciplinary violation, or they'll notify the board if there's any pending charges related to that. They haven't notified the board of that to this point. So yeah, I don't have any information regarding that other than what I told you, that it's a pending disciplinary violation.
okay.
Any other questions or any other information that you would like to present today?
No, other than just my support system. Since being incarcerated, I've actually got back in contact with my family. My son, the mother of my son, and her family. They're all there for me. They all want me to succeed. And so, by going to Renaissance Ranch, because I've done Odyssey House before, but I felt like it was a real generic. They didn't really kind of get to the problem of why you're an addict or why, you do the things you do. And so with Renaissance Ranch, I feel like the therapy there could maybe get to the core issues that I have, to the reason why I use and, minimize things. And so I just think that's just the best opportunity that I think I could get at this point.
All right. I'll get all this information over to the board for, so they can make a decision. They'll deliberate. They should be able to get their decision made and mailed over to you here in the next couple weeks. The board order will outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for your time. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
You too, thank you.
All right, today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Dexter Tolbert, offender number 250180. Mr. Tolbert, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You were scheduled for today's hearing through a scheduling review. The board laid out certain expectations, CAP compliance being one of those, and also the complete cognitive behavioral therapy. So we'll go over whatever progress you've made there at the institution. Before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got two separate cases. The first case is 201-100636, theft, third-degree felony, and theft, Class A misdemeanor. That case is fairly self-explanatory. Did you get the pre-sentence investigation that had the offense summary included?
Yes.
Was the information accurate regarding what happened that day?
Yes.
All right. And then your other case is 221-101-268, aggravated assault resulting in serious bodily injury, domestic violence in the presence of a child, Class A misdemeanor, tampering with a witness, Class A misdemeanor, in violation of a jail release court order, Class A misdemeanor. This all occurred October 2nd of 2022. If you could just provide a brief explanation as to what happened that day, what you're responsible for.
Me and my wife got into an argument which led to violence, which I was the aggressor. And I acted in ways that brought me here.
Okay, and so the information regarding the extent of the assault is accurate?
Yes, sir.
Was this something that was typical between the two of you during an argument? Would you become aggressive like that?
No, sir.
So why do you think this argument escalated to this point?
Alcohol may have had something to do with it.
Were you highly intoxicated when this happened?
No, sir.
But you had been drinking?
Yes.
Have you ever had any prior domestic violence incidents?
No. Well, instances, yes, but no charges.
All right. Were the prior non-charged incidents, were they with this same victim?
Yes, it was just arguing matches, that's all.
Have you had any contact with the victim since this all happened?
I have.
You plan on continuing the relationship?
At this moment, I don't know. Because we do share 2 children together, so we have to come together and co-parent and figure out the rest of our lives once I'm released from here.
All right. Do you feel like you had a substance problem prior to coming to prison?
I do not, but I've taken the initiative to complete substance abuse, the program here, and just making myself knowledgeable about substance abuse, domestic violence, things of that sort.
Any drug use or alcohol use while incarcerated?
No, sir.
And as you mentioned, I am seeing that you completed the BRT program in April of last year.
Yes, sir.
You've also completed MRT, anger management. Are you still enrolled in high school?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you going for a diploma or GED or
Diploma,
how far away are you?
about a week or 2.
Oh, that's good. So you're about to get earn your high school diploma?
Yes, sir.
I don't see that you had any disciplinary violations.
Now, although the conduct in the cases that got you committed to prisoner is inexcusable, and the board will have to consider, what public safety risk you pose given the circumstances of those cases. It's a violent case, caused damage to the victim. But with that said, they laid out certain expectations for today's hearing, and you've been able to fulfill all of those. You've done all the classes and programming the board would have expected. You haven't been a management problem. So all of that will work in your favor when the board reviews all of the information. I'll notify them that along with the classes and programming you've completed, that you're also on track to complete your high school diploma within the next couple weeks. You filled out a board packet which outlined some of your release plans. Are you still planning on going to that Building Beginnings program?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what else do you have planned for release?
I'm going back to school once I'm established and see if I'm gonna go back to Cache County or stay in Orem and just try to be a productive member of society and raise my two children, my two youngest children.
Is there a type of work you want to get into or that you usually do?
I usually do roofing, but I'll probably go back into construction or something like that. Something where I can, get to easily that doesn't affect, because at the Building Beginners, I have to do 3 classes a week for 3 hours a night. So I don't want it to affect with the classes that they are going to give me there as well.
You're willing to follow through with parole and the conditions attached to that when you get released?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have a maximum 5-year sentence, which puts you at October of 2027. Your guideline date is 38 months, which puts you at November 3rd of 2025. If the board was inclined to release you at that guideline date, you would get a 4-month reduction for your BRT completion. And then once you complete your high school diploma, you'll get another reduction from there.
Okay.
All right. Any other information that you were hoping to present today?
Just the certificates that I have. I don't know if you have them all on file or not, but I've done 12-step. I've done the inside out DAG, my MRT. I just been trying to utilize everything that's at my disposal here at this facility. And I appreciate the opportunity for y'all seeing me, and hopefully I'll be released soon.
All right. And I don't make a decision in the matter. I'll get the information over to the 5 board members for their review. Once they determine the outcome, they'll mail you a copy of the board order, and it'll outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jacob Sloan, offender number 250745. Mr. Sloan, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan, complete substance use treatment, and have no disciplinary violations. We'll go over the progress you've made in those areas. Before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offense with you. It's case 241-300-020, DUI, third-degree felony. January of 2024, you were operating a vehicle while under the influence. Your blood alcohol content was 0.139. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you do have a history of DUI convictions, 2019, well, even going back further than that. You had some impaired driving, looks like an impaired driving case in 2012, a DUI in 2018, another DUI in 2019, 2020. You had 2 of them. And then the case that we just went over. So it's a concerning pattern of behavior that you've demonstrated over the years. Why do you think you keep getting back involved with drinking and getting behind the wheel?
Lack of poor judgment. Honestly. Not thinking all the way through.
So was your alcohol use to the point where it was problematic when you got arrested on this DUI?
Well, no, it wasn't. I was sober for so long that I just had a bad day and just domino effect and got behind the wheel, not thinking straight.
How long had you been sober?
About almost 5 years in between the last DUI and this one.
I mean, you don't have to go into great detail, but what was going on that caused you to?
Just a bad day at work. Had a fight with my girlfriend, just a bad day. Nothing went right that day, pretty much.
I mentioned the expectations that the board had for today's hearing. Have you been able to do any classes or programming?
Yes, I have. I've done the MRT, the anger management, my process with CBI, my success plan here, the BRT program.
When are you expected to complete the BRT program?
In a few weeks.
Right.
Oh, and I'm also enrolled in the Inside Out Dad at the moment.
Are you addressing any underlying mental health concerns?
Yes, I do that with my therapist twice a month.
Your guideline date's May 2nd of this year. If the board was inclined to consider a release at or around that guideline date, based off of what you've stated, you will have completed the BRT program by then?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Ultimately, you have a 5-year maximum sentence, put you at January of 2029. If the board is inclined to go with a release, what are your release plans?
I'm planning on going back to my parents when I get released. And the recommendations at APP and on my own, I'm going to go see a therapist at Valley Behavioral Health in Twilla.
And then you generally work in HVAC?
Yes.
Any checks that you need to put in place to make sure that you don't end up having a bad day and drinking and getting behind the wheel again?
Yes, I've taken that. I'm going to have my support system. I'm going to talk to the therapist, like I said, to help me get through the rough days and my girlfriend and all that. So
If the board's inclined to release you on parole, are you willing to follow through with the conditions of supervision?
Absolutely. I have no issues with that at all.
As you sit there today, do you think you're done with alcohol at this point, or you think you can
Yes.
drink responsibly, or what
I
is your
am done with
mindset?
alcohol completely. This has been a very humbling experience. The program here has shown me a lot of different risk versus reward patterns that I take quite to heart.
All right. What I do as a hearing officer is provide information to the board. I conduct these hearings, and I'm not involved in the decision-making process, so I'll get the information over to 5 board members for their review. And they'll deliberate and make a majority vote decision, whatever they feel is appropriate, given the circumstances. They'll look at the nature of the case that you were committed to prison on, your history. They'll also look at the accomplishments that you're making while incarcerated, and then decide when a release would be appropriate. They'll consider that guideline date, and they can deviate from that however they feel appropriate. Any information that we haven't discussed that you want to make sure that you present today?
No, I think we covered everything I could think of.
All right, I will get this information over to the board. You'll get the board's final decision in writing. Once it's been determined, likely that process takes a couple weeks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. Next one, I think we have an interpreter. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for EUSEBIO Guerrero Sanchez, offender number 266595.
Hoy estamos en una audiencia original fija para Eusebio Guerrero Sánchez, número 266595.
And that is you, correct?
Y ese es usted, ¿cierto?
Sí, sí, señor.
Yes.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a blue disclosure packet?
A usted le dieron al menos 7 días antes aviso de esta reunión en un paquete carpeta azul.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
I will be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I will swear you in.
Yo voy a escuchar su testimonio en este momento. Si puede levantar la mano derecha, voy a hacer el juramento.
Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que usted está a punto de dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada menos que la verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can lower your hand.
Listo, ahora puede bajar la mano.
Yes.
My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I will be conducting your hearing today.
Yo me llamo Joel Robson, soy agente de este consejo y voy a ser el conductor, el director de esta audiencia hoy.
Through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and remain free from disciplinary violations.
A través de una audiencia de agendamiento, se fijó esta reunión con la expectativa de que usted no cometa ninguna acción que requiera de disciplina y también que siga su plan de acción.
I will go over the progress you've made in those areas, but before I do that, I need to go over your commitment offense.
Voy a repasar el progreso que usted ha hecho en ese aspecto, pero antes de hacer eso, voy a repasar el delito por el cual se le ha encarcelado. Okay.
You were committed to prison on case 241-600-121, attempted possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, third-degree felony.
Usted fue encarcelado en el número de caso 241-600-121 por el cargo de intentar, disculpe, con tentativa de posesión con la intención de distribuir una sustancia controlada, que es un delito mayor de grado 3.
You have a maximum 5-year sentence, August 13th of 2029.
Usted tiene máximo 5 años como su sentencia hasta el 13 de agosto 2029.
Based off of your criminal history, the current case, and some other factors, the board calculated a guideline date. Your guideline date is 10 months, which puts us at June 13th of this year.
Basándonos en su historial penal, en su caso anterior y también en otros factores, el Estado ha compuesto una fecha consultiva, la cual es el 13 de junio de... Sorry, Mr. Robson, what was the year for that?
This year, 2025.
De este año 2025. Thank you.
The board is not bound by that guideline date. They could hold you longer up to that expiration date if they felt it was appropriate to do so.
El consejo no tiene que seguir esa fecha consultiva. Puede hacer que usted se mantenga detenido hasta la fecha máxima.
The commitment offense occurred August 13th of 2024, you were stopped for traffic violations. Police located 35 pounds of meth in a duffel bag.
Usted fue parado por el delito inicial el 13 de agosto 2024. Se le efectuó un control de tránsito en su vehículo y la policía encontró 35 libras de marihuana en una bolsa.
If you could provide an explanation as to how you got involved in this and what was your intention with the drugs?
Disculpe, metanfetamina, no marihuana. Interpreter just clarifying that it was methamphetamines for the defendant, and we'll continue to interpret now. Y si puede decir cuál es su participación en este delito.
La verdad, nada más se estaba llevando.
Interpreter's gonna clarify, I couldn't hear that well. ¿Me puede repetir, señor, por favor?
La verdad, nada más estaba llevando.
The truth is just that I was carrying it.
Do you want to provide any information as to what your involvement was, where you were carrying it, what your role in this drug distribution was?
Quisiera darnos detalles en cuanto a su participación, dónde usted lo estaba llevando, a qué extremo usted se involucró en esta operación.
Me involucré porque me amenazaron de México, la verdad. De hecho, mi familia está aquí por asilo político, se vino también. Se vino porque nos amenazaron en México. De hecho, agarraron mi casa, me quitaron mi casa porque yo no quería hacer esto. Yo por eso me vine de allá y me traje mi familia de asilo político.
I got involved with this because I received threats against my family. My family is involved in, or my family is working on a political asylum, and I didn't want to do any of this, but they threatened me, and they even took away my house, and part of it is because my family was on a political asylum case.
How long had you been in the United States before you were arrested on this case?
¿Durante cuánto tiempo usted había estado en Estados Unidos cuando fue arrestado en este caso?
Yo me vine en abril porque me tenían ellos allá y me los escapé. Mi familia se vino en marzo, el febrero. Se vino el 28 de febrero mi familia, así me dijeron. Entonces cuando yo me salí de donde estaban con ellos porque me tenían ahí agarrado, yo me escapé y me vine para acá porque fui con la mamá con mi suegra, la mamá de mi esposa, y me dijeron que se habían venido para acá y yo me vine y me puse a trabajar aquí en un taller mecánico y el housekeeping. Fue del año 2024.
I came, it was in April that I came in. My family came in March or in February. And I had to come, I was trying to escape the situation there. I came with my mother-in-law, my wife's mother, and then I started working here as a mechanic and doing housekeeping as well. That was in 2024.
And you served a 70-month federal prison sentence previously, and you were deported in February of 2023, is that correct?
Y usted también cumplió una condena carcelaria de 70 meses en una prisión federal y fue deportado y volvió eso fue en febrero de 2023, ¿cierto?
No, eso fue en 2008.
No, that was in 2008.
2008 is when you were deported?
¿Lo deportaron en el 2008?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you serve any federal prison time?
¿Y usted cumplió una condena carcelaria en una cárcel federal?
Sí, señor.
Yes, I did, sir.
And what was the time frame of that? From what year to what year were you in federal prison?
¿Y cómo fue el plazo de esa condena? ¿De qué año a qué año pasó ese tiempo en la cárcel federal?
Fue en el 2008 hasta el 2013. Me dieron 70 meses. Me deportaron para México y ya no había vuelto. ¿Sí?
That was from 2008 to 2013. It was 70 months until they deported me to Mexico.
And did you remain in Mexico from 2013 until 2024
¿Y
or
usted
2023?
¿Y usted permaneció en México desde el 2013 hasta el 2023?
En el 2022 me vine porque por lo mismo, porque yo no quería estar allá porque había muchos problemas y me vine, pero me agarró migración y me echaron para afuera y fue cuando ya llegando a México otra vez me agarraron ellos y ya fue cuando mi esposa se vino por asilo político.
It was in 2022 that it was in 2020. Sorry, actually, can the interpreter clarify this message one more time? Señor, ¿me podría volver a explicar esto? 2022 fue cuando fue deportado.
Pues en el 2022 me vine porque la gente quería que trabajara con ellos, la mafia. Yo no quise, yo cuando pasé ese delito yo no quise nada malo. Me puse a trabajar, tenía mis vaquitas y me vine otra vez en el 2022. Me agarró migración y me deportó, por eso salí de deportación en 2023. Y salí, hice 10 meses y salí y me agarraron ellos y me tenían ellos ahí encerrados en una casa y fue que mi familia por eso se vino, porque ellos me tenían encerrados y yo cuando pude me salí de la casa porque me dejaron solo y me salí de la casa y fui con mi suegra y me dijo que se había venido para acá, mi esposa y yo me vine también.
So in 2022 was when I came back and so in 2022 was when I came back and and then I was deported again, or that's when I was deported and I was trying to get away from my country in Mexico because I didn't want to be involved with the mafia or anything anymore. And they had me trapped in a house and they left me alone once and that's how I was able to escape and come here with my mother-in-law. But before that, I just wanted to live the life I was living more peacefully with, you know, my ranch and my cattle and everything. But when I came, that last time is when my family was able to work on the political asylum.
So for the 10 years prior to you escaping whatever that room was that you were you working for the cartel?
Entonces, en esos 10 años, antes que usted se escapara de ese cuarto, donde lo tenían encerrado, en esos 10 años usted trabajaba para la mafia mexicana o el cartel.
No, señor, yo tenía mi trabajo, trabajaba en un corral, en unas vacas que tenía yo, señor. No, que ellos querían que yo trabajara con ellos y yo no quise. Por eso fue que también me quitaron mi casa y me vine. Yo nunca trabajé para ellos.
No, sir, I had my ranch and my cattle, and that was what I did for work. They wanted me to get involved and work with them. I didn't want to, but that's when they took my house away and everything happened, and that's when I came.
So is your family in the United States?
Entonces, ¿la familia de usted está en Estados Unidos?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that you have a immigration detainer?
¿Usted está consciente de que existe una orden de detención por inmigración para usted?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Once the board deems you appropriate for release, you will be released to that immigration detainer.
Una vez que el consejo juzgue prudente que se le libere a usted se le liberará de acuerdo con esa orden de inmigración, a los de inmigración.
Have you been able to complete any classes or programming there at the jail?
¿Usted ha podido terminar alguna clase o programa allí en la cárcel?
Hice programas aquí en la prisión antes de venirme. Hice unos programas que me pusieron de electricidad, de plomería. Son como 7 programas o 8 y estaban en la escuela también.
Yeah, I've been able to do a couple of programs that they've given me here at the jail. About seven or so programs, and the school they have too.
Do you remember the names of the classes you've taken? Anything specific that you were able to learn?
¿Se acuerda de los nombres de las clases que se ha tomado o algo específico que haya podido aprender?
Es de aire acondicionado, plomería, electricidad, de la familia. Y estaba en high school también. No me acuerdo de los otros, pero sí, aquí tengo los certificados, me los traje.
Air conditioning, plumbing, electric work, the family class, and there's some other, and then the high school class, and there's some other ones that I can't remember them all, but I have them here.
Did you have a drug problem while you were prior to your arrest?
¿Usted tenía un problema con las drogas antes de su arresto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you have any underlying mental health concerns that you're addressing?
¿Usted tiene algún trastorno o situación de la salud mental con el cual está lidiando?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Any physical health problems?
¿Tiene algún problema de salud física?
No.
No.
Any general information that you wanted to present today?
¿Tenía alguna información general que usted haya querido presentarnos aquí hoy?
No era la información que tenía era eso.
No, it's just all the information I had was just that.
What I do as a hearing officer is conduct hearings and gather information. I will provide all of this information to 5 board members.
Lo que hago como el agente de las audiencias es recopilo toda la información que pueda, así que esta información la voy a compartir con 5 otros integrantes del consejo.
Sí, estoy bien, señor.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Or that's fine, sir.
The board will decide how long you will remain incarcerated and what your release date will be and what the conditions of release will be.
El consejo va a decidir hasta qué fechas usted sigue encarcelado y también cuál será la fecha de su liberación y también las condiciones de esa liberación.
Está bien, señor.
Okay, sir.
You will receive a copy of the board order likely here in the next 2 weeks. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward, including the release date.
Usted va a recibir una copia de la orden que se va a emitir. Usted lo recibirá probablemente en menos de 2 semanas y eso incluirá todo lo que va a suceder a seguir, incluyendo la fecha de liberación.
Sí, está bien, señor. Gracias.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. At this point, we will go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Listo, gracias a usted. En este momento concluimos esta audiencia.
Thank you. Gracias, Dios lo bendiga.
Good afternoon. This is the time set for a victim impact hearing for Andre Rodriguez. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
261480, I believe.
Very good. How old are you?
19 years old.
All right. My name is Blake Hills. I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, did you receive advanced notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
When did you find out about it?
About February 18th, I believe. I
All right.
received the packet.
Have you received any papers that are called disclosure paperwork that talk about the offense, the PSR, those sort of things?
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you feel like you're ready to go forward today?
Yes, sir.
Let me explain for your benefit and those who are listening. This is a hearing that has a limited purpose. This hearing is not to set a parole date or establish conditions of parole. This hearing is to allow victim representatives to present testimony since the original hearing is already set for about 3 years in the future. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So we will hear from the victims' representatives, and then you will have an opportunity to respond if you wish, but you're not required to. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The victims have asked that they present testimony outside of your physical presence. So the officers are going to take you in the back, but you'll have headphones so you can hear what they say.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about any of that?
No, sir.
All right. Listen to the officers. They'll give you instructions. And then we'll be on pause for just a moment while they arrange some things, okay?
Yes, sir.
But we'll have you come back after the victims have spoken. Who will be speaking first? Is that you, ma'am? Before we hear from you, ma'am, let me ask the officers something. Will the other folks be coming in and speaking? So we'll have 2 of you speaking. Is that your understanding?
I think it might just be me.
Okay.
My son's here for support, but he spoke at the other hearing in Provo.
Okay.
Maybe once before.
And I know that it's been explained to you, but I want to just explain it again for the record because there are 2 victim impact hearings. If you wish to be heard on both of them, I'm sorry about this, but we'll need you to speak during both hearings.
That's fine.
Does that make sense?
So I will speak for this one and then for the other one at 3:50.
Correct. What we'll do is hear from you first, and then we'll have Andre Rodriguez come in. He has the right to respond. He doesn't have to, but he does have that right to respond. We will not be covering anything else during the hearing that will be covered at the original hearing. Does that make sense?
So when I speak the second time, I cannot say the same thing.
You can't. You absolutely can.
Oh, okay.
Let me put it this way. You may have the same things to say in regard to both individuals.
Sure.
If you do, you'll need to say it for each one of them. You may have things that apply to only one of them, and of course, you'll only need to say that for the one that it applies to.
Okay.
Any questions about that? Okay. Now, even though I have your name here as part of the record, I need you to state your legal name.
Okay, it's Holly Lee.
And will you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to be aware of.
Okay, try to compose. Okay, so obviously the situation has caused a lot of problems in my personal life and the life of my family. Camden was my middle child and obviously much loved, and basically my life, it just hasn't been the same, and it's never going to be the same. I have 6 living children that I'm trying to take good care of and give them a happy childhood, and it's so hard on me because of the trauma that I've endured. I have memory problems, focus issues. It's hard for me to even like keep schooling things organized and on top of things, you know, because I'm constantly thinking about this. There's nights where I get up and I can't go back to sleep because I have trauma. I just think about it. I think about the loss of Camden, but I'm also thinking about how it happened. I'm a little bit kind of upset because I feel like these boys are being treated somewhat decently here. And I'm left trying to take care of my other children. I live in fear of losing another child to death. I worry about when these boys get out. I'm worried they're gonna still be young. They had problems even before this day happened, especially Sydney. They already were in trouble. I don't know what kind of family they come from, but I just feel like they're not gonna learn their lesson. I don't feel like what's happening to them is a strong enough, I can't even think of the word, a strong enough punishment. I fear they're gonna get out too early, too young, and that they're gonna just live a life of crime. They're gonna hurt somebody else. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm pretty much sentenced to a life of sadness. Even when I try to do fun things with my other children, there's always that thing that comes up. Camden's not here. Camden would have loved this, or Camden would have been so fun to do this with. I am totally, I have been given a life sentence of trauma and sadness and fear. And I just feel like these boys are not going to be fully rehabilitated. I don't even know what you guys do for them. I don't have a lot of faith that they're going to not hurt somebody again. And this is my everyday life. I don't know how to like not feel this way. I really feel that these boys need to serve as much time as they can for the sentencing that they have. And then it won't be enough. As I've mentioned, they're still going to be young, and I don't have faith that they will live good, upstanding lives when they're released. And I know that's a speculation, or we can't really say that, whatever. But those are valid concerns when they had problems even before this day. They were already on a trajectory of crime and aggression and robbery. And then after time here, I don't know what I can even expect, except for I know I have other children that I live in fear for. And I know that my life is not ever going to be what it was before. It's not just the loss and the dreams that I had for Camden. I actually don't have my child. And it's just affected everything. And I don't know how to have it not affect everything. I don't know what else to say. This is just my life now. I guess I don't think it's fair that they're gonna get out someday and just live life. They don't care. They're not gonna be sad. They don't have a family member that's not here anymore. They're just gonna go on with their life, and I'm still gonna be sad. I'm still gonna be walking this journey, and nothing can fix it. And I also believe that Sidney was the one that killed Camden. I believe that Andre called in and confessed because he was younger and was going to be able to save his brother from more time. I don't only just think that, I was actually told that by one of my client's sisters that is a fringe friend of that group and actually hung out with those kids at one point, and she told me that. And I called and I told the person on the case what she had told me, and I never heard back from that detective. And nobody addressed it at court. And I'm mad about that because the laws are not okay. They're not written right. It's a broken system and it's failing good people. And I don't know where to even begin to fix that. But I need that to be known. That's all I have today for this hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very articulate and well-spoken statement. After you go back out, each of the Rodriguez's will come back in. They'll have a chance to respond. I'll explain some things to them about future hearings and what they may mean. That may answer a few of the questions you have, although I certainly don't pretend that it will address all of the concerns you have about what has already happened. But thank you for that very articulate statement. Okay? For the record, Andre Rodriguez is back in the room. Were you able to hear
Yes, sir.
what the victim's mother said?
Yes, sir.
You're not required to, but you do have the opportunity to respond if you wish. Do you have anything you would like to say in response?
Yes, sir.
And that's something that you've written down, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead when you're ready.
Um,
And let me ask you this, make sure you speak loud enough that the victim's mother and other victims' representatives will be able to hear what you say.
yes, sir. All right. Not a day goes by where I don't think and reflect on my actions that day and the impact they've made. My actions that day were wrong, and there's no excuse for what I did. Literally hours after it happened, I turned myself in and took accountability. I'm truly sorry for the amount of pain and suffering I've caused. There have been many nights that I've read and reread all of the letters written, and I never understood why until recently. I did it because I didn't know anything about Camden, and I was trying to visualize what he was like from the letters. From what I've gathered from the letters, he was a kid that enjoyed spending time with his family and friends, and as well as a kid trying to figure out what he wanted to do in life. I believe he had a lot of potential, and as a result of my actions, his life ended before it could even get started. Again, there are no excuses for what happened, and I'm sorry. And for the record, my brother, Sidney Rodriguez, he never fired a shot that day. So I just want the record to show that my brother never fired a shot that day. Every shot fired came from me, and I'm truly sorry for what happened that day. Nothing else, sir.
Anything else at this point?
No, sir.
As I told the victim's mother, I'll explain a few things about the future hearings and procedures so that you and they can understand. There is already an original hearing set for June of 2028. Are you aware of that?
In the packet that I received, it said September of 2029, I believe.
It's currently set for June of 2028. That does not mean that you will be released on that date or anywhere close to it.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
We have some administrative rules where somebody such as you receives a prison sentence when they're a juvenile. They stay in youth custody until roughly age 25 and a half under the current law. We, as a board, set the original hearing for slightly before, in this case, you would be transferred here to prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So that is the reason why that hearing is scheduled for when it is. For the benefit of you and the others who are listening, I want to make clear that should not be an expectation to anybody that you will be granted a parole date at that time. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
At the original hearing, there will be a discussion about the programs that you completed while you're in custody, whether you learned anything. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
There'll also be a discussion if you were to get in trouble between now and then, there'll be a discussion about that and what happened. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you complete programming successfully and stay out of trouble, that hearing will go better for you than it will if you blow off programming, get kicked out of programming, or otherwise engage in problems while you're in custody. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So again, there is an original hearing set. At that hearing, there'll be a discussion of those things. There will also be a greater discussion about the facts of the offenses. In other words, there'll be a greater discussion about what you did at that time. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about what has happened today or what future hearings may be set for?
No, sir.
All right. Andre Rodriguez, I appreciate you speaking to me this afternoon, and I very much appreciate the victim's mother coming and speaking to me as well. And with that being said, we will conclude the hearing at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Hearing for Sidney Rodriguez. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
261135.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes, sir.
And I saw you carry your blue disclosure packet in.
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to be missing anything, or did it appear to be complete?
Appeared to be complete.
All right. Let me explain to you and those who are here in person or watching online that this is a limited purpose hearing. In other words, this hearing is not being held with the expectation that a parole date would be set after this hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The purpose for this hearing is this. The original hearing is currently set for June of 2028.
Yes, sir.
And when a hearing is set that far out, the victim representatives have the right to request a victim impact hearing where they can come in and make a statement rather than have to wait for several years. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So what we will do is hear from a victim representative. When that happens, you will go back in the other room here.
Yes, sir.
You'll be provided headphones so that you can hear. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
After the victim representative speaks, you will come back in here and you will have the opportunity to respond if you wish. You are not required to, but it's your opportunity to respond.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions
No,
about
sir.
that? All right. So we'll be on pause for just a moment. Listen carefully to the officer and he'll get you in the other room and get you some headphones. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, before we begin, will there still be one speaker or will there be more than one? Okay. Now, even though you testified earlier at the hearing for Andre Rodriguez, would you state your name for the record? And as you recall, you were sworn in for that hearing, so you're still under oath. We won't swear you in again. Go ahead and let me know what you would like the board to be aware of.
Do any further crimes or harm any other people. But I do feel that they need to serve as long as possible. for paying for what they did to my son Camden. I have to live every day, never to be the same as I was before. I am living out a life sentence of grief, pain, not just for myself, but I see my children go through it as well. I try to give them as normal life as I can, but it's always there. There's always that black cloud that's kind of causing pain, or we're always missing Camden there. He can't be there to participate and bring his beautiful soul to our things, our family parties and our family functions and our holidays. He's just not there, and we have to face that every single time. Super hard. Sometimes my kids are going through hard times themselves, and I have to be strong and be there for them, but inside I'm every bit as pained. More recently, I've had some new things starting where I'm not sleeping as well, and if I get up in the night, I can't get back to sleep because I'm not only grieving the loss of my child, but I'm thinking about how it happened, and that's traumatic because my child died in fear and in pain, and that is super hard to think about. I feel like because I'm living out this life sentence of grief, that these boys need to pay their dues. They need to serve their time, and it won't be life, but they need to serve as long as possible. I struggle with organization and memory and keeping my children straight with all their tasks. I miss appointments. It's really hard for me to stay focused and present and organized with the traumas that I live with and think about sometimes. I try to stay busy and I try to stay engaged, and it's still just really hard, and I don't see that getting better as time is going. I don't see it getting much easier. It's just always there. I'm aware that these boys, at least Sydney, had a lot of problems with violent crime, robbery, and guns and things prior to June 2nd, 2021. And I guess that culmination of those things ended up there that day when my son was there, and my son was killed. And I do believe it was at the hand of Sydney. And it's not just something that I think, but it's something that I was also told by one of my client's sisters, who is a fringe friend of that group and had hung out with their group down in Spanish Fork. And she told me that day on my couch, she goes, you know that Sydney was the one that shot the 9mm, right? And I said, well, that's kind of what I always thought, but I wasn't sure. She goes, it was him. So I mentioned that to the detective that the city of Orem put me through to. I can't remember her name. And I told her about it, and nothing ever came of it. She never got back to me. It never came up at the plea deal. I don't know why. But that is something that I believe in my heart of hearts. And I feel that Andre was trying to make a plan to maybe have his brother not be too responsible or not get too much time. That needs to be stated. The hardest thing for me is living this shattered life. That's the hardest thing for me. Trying to take care of my other children, work a job, live regular life. It's incredibly difficult. because I miss my child. And there's nothing I can do to fix this. There's nothing I can do to change it. There's nothing I can do to bring him back. I'm just having to deal with this forever. It's hard. It's hard. Camden was a beautiful soul, and he was a good kid. He got roped into going there that day, and I know by who. He was not a drug dealer. He never went on anything like this. This was not his life, and he just ended up there that day. It's very unfair, and it has caused a lot of trauma and brought a lot of trauma in my life that didn't need to be there. And I'm trying my best to deal with it every day. But I really feel that these boys need to serve the most amount of time that they can for their sentencing. And I hope that they can be rehabilitated. I don't know what programs you guys do, but I would like to think that they can somehow maybe live a normal life someday and not hurt other people. I don't want anyone else to go through what I've gone through. I can't tell you the far reaches that it has touched in my life. Just things you wouldn't even think about. It just affects every facet. I can't get away from it. And now I can't even sleep well. I mean, there's just no escape. It's just always there. I just really hope that these boys don't hurt anyone else again. I know they're going to be young when they get out. And I hope, and I pray, and I plead, and I beg that they will not do this to anybody else. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very articulate statement. Mr. Rodriguez, were you able to hear that statement?
Missed the first part, but I got all of the rest of it.
The very first part, excuse me, was a request for the maximum sentence. A statement that it was critical that both you and your brother serve the maximum sentence, and that the victim's mother's life will never be the same. Those were the first few statements. And it sounds like after that, you heard the rest of it?
Yeah.
Is that
Yes, sir.
accurate? You are not required to respond, but you do have the opportunity to respond now if you wish. Is there anything that you would want to say?
First off, I'd like to apologize for my actions. I don't fully understand the pain I've caused because I have not personally experienced that, but I do apologize for that. Second of all, I would like to correct that I was accused of firing the 9mm. There's no proof to back that up. That is being said, and I don't appreciate that. But other than that, I do apologize for my actions. I'm doing what I can to prevent this from happening again, correct my thinking errors and my actions. That's, apologize for everything I've done. That's about all.
All right, let me explain for your benefit and those who are listening. As I mentioned before, there is an original hearing set tentatively for June of 2028. That does not mean that you will be given a parole date then. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
That's simply the date for the original hearing. At that hearing, there will be more discussion of the offense itself. There'll be a discussion in detail about what you have done in prison between now and then, which would include programs that you complete. It would include any disciplinary violations that may occur. And then a discussion of what any release plans might be. Do you understand the general format?
Yes, sir.
Now, as I explained to your brother about an hour ago, if you come back to the original hearing and you've successfully completed every program that you can, and you've stayed out of trouble, the hearing will go better for you. And then it will, if you don't complete programming, if you get kicked out of programming, or if you commit a bunch of disciplinary violations. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So how the hearing will go is largely up to you. But I want to be clear, I cannot make any promises about what will happen at that hearing. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about the process that will occur after this hearing today?
No, sir.
All right. When we conclude, I'm going to ask everyone to remain seated until they receive instructions from the officers. And I do appreciate you, Mr. Rodriguez, paying attention and making that statement. I greatly appreciate the victim's mother for appearing and making that very well-spoken statement as well. And with that being said, we will conclude the hearing at this time.
Sure.
So listen carefully to the officer.
All right, today's the time and place set for a bed space rescission hearing for Jason Webster, offender number 227556, and that is you, correct, sir? Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear that the statements you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had your original hearing in September of last year, and the board granted you a November 12th, 2024 parole date. The expectation was that you were going to be released to the Community Correctional Center. Then sometime after that, the board received notice from the mental health treatment team that you were not prepared to parole. You had some mental health issues, and the treatment team determined that it would be beneficial for you to remain incarcerated for your own stability, and also that you would stabilize on medication. Is that information accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah. How have things been going recently?
Good.
Good. Are you taking your medication?
Yeah.
Is it forced medication, or are you taking it willingly?
It's forced.
It's forced. If you were released, would you continue taking medication?
Yeah.
Now, the plan that the treatment team presented was that when you are released, that you go to it's the halfway house, the Community Correctional Center, and participate in programming there. Is that something that you're willing to do?
Yeah.
All right. What do you spend your day doing here at the prison?
I don't know.
Do you spend most of your time in your cell? Are you able to get out and have recreation time?
Yeah, I spend a lot of time in my cell. Sometimes I get out for recreation time.
Do you share a cell with somebody?
Yeah.
Are you able to get along? Do you have any issues with sharing a cell? And how about during recreation time? Do you have any issues with other inmates when you're out and about?
No.
Do you know what day it is?
March something.
March 11th. Do you know what day of the week it is?
Tuesday.
And aside from possibly going to the halfway house, do you have other plans, things that you want to do when you get released from prison?
Mm-mm.
Did you say no?
Yeah, no.
Do you have family support?
Yeah.
Do you have certain job that you like to do?
Yeah.
What do you like to do for work?
Car wash.
You like to work at a car wash?
Yeah.
Was there anything that you were hoping would happen after today's hearing? Is there something that you would like the board to consider?
Not really.
Do you understand how the process works as far as the board reviewing information and making a decision?
Kinda.
Do you have any questions about the process?
No.
Do you have any questions about what is going to happen moving forward? No. Do you have any recommendations for the board? Anything you want them to consider? No. So what the board's going to be reviewing is the fact that you had a release date, you were set to parole back in November. You haven't been released because the Department of Corrections reported to the board that you were having some mental health issues, that you weren't stable, that you needed to take your medication. The only new information that I have is what you've told me, is that you're on forced medication, that you said you would continue taking your medication upon release, that are you housed in Current?
Yeah.
You're housed in Current. You share a cell with somebody. You're able to go out and have recreation time. You haven't had any issues with the person that you share a cell with or with other inmates. Do you feel like you're stable enough to be released?
Yeah.
Right. Any underlying mental health issues that you're having that you'd like the board to know about?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions that I had for you. I'll get a report over to the board and then they can make a new decision.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today. Today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing. It's a bed space rescission hearing for Jacob Broding, offender number 221683. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing and do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. The reason why we're here today is you were set to be released. You had a November 19th, 2024 parole date.
Yes.
And the expectation was that you were going to go to the halfway house to participate in the mental health program.
Yes.
After the board made that order, a report was received from the current mental health treatment team indicating that you were not prepared to parole, that you had some mental health issues that you were addressing, that you weren't stable enough to be released at that time.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that at some point you were placed over at the state hospital.
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 months.
3 months? And when did you get back?
Like 5 days ago.
How did things go over there at the state hospital?
Good.
What did you do while you were there?
Big groups and stuff.
You did what?
Groups?
Groups?
Yeah.
And they have you take medication?
Yeah. Meds.
Do you know what medications you're on?
No, I can't recall. It's not on them.
Do they do, is it pills that you take at pill line or do they have a shot or?
Go on.
Pill line? So you willingly take the medications?
Yes.
Do you think they're helping?
Yes.
If given the option when you get released, or do you think you'd keep taking medications or do you think there's a different option that would work better for you?
I'll keep taking them.
What underlying mental health diagnosis is the medication for?
It's for depression, anxiety, schizophrenia.
And you've only been back here, are you at Current? Is that where they have you housed?
Yes.
You've only been back for 5 days?
Yeah.
How are things going now that you've been back?
Going all right. I ended up in the turtle suit.
You ended up in a turtle suit?
Yeah.
Were you making statements about harming yourself or?
Yeah.
So things were going better for you when you were at the state hospital?
Yeah, a lot better.
You like it better there?
Yeah.
What do you think the difference is?
It's a lot better. I don't know how to explain it.
And so unfortunately, when you got back here, you made some comments and they put you in the turtle suit.
Yeah.
And now are you in kind of restrictive housing?
No, I'm just in the cycle right now. I'll be out of it tomorrow probably.
Maybe get out tomorrow. So you're in there in a cell by yourself,
Yeah.
basically all day in the cell.
Yeah.
Hopefully tomorrow you get out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the reason why your date was pulled was because they said that there was issues with stability, and it sounds like maybe you have to demonstrate stability here before they'll release you to the halfway house.
Yeah.
Do you have any other options? Anywhere else you could go?
No.
Halfway house is it, huh?
Yeah.
Was there any information that you wanted to present to the board? Anything you want the board to consider when they make their decision?
No.
All right. I would imagine that they'll set this out for another release, and just with the same expectation that you go to the halfway house to do the mental health program, and but before they let you in there, you're going to have to likely show some stability here.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for meeting with me today.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.